Production by Liang Gu, Zhang Liang, author, Sun Yuxiu. Chapter 1, Cultivation in the Midst of Sorrow. He has the wisdom of Su Qin and Zhang Yi, but not his cunning. He has the courage of Jing Ku and Nie Zheng, but not his roughness. Jing Ku, a Wei man, was the prince of Yan to assassinate the king of Qin, but died before he could succeed. Nie Zheng. He was tired of assassinating Han Shangxiang for Yan Zhongzi, both of whom were included in historical records. Biography of the assassin. There was one who was loyal to the end of his life, and traveled from Chisongzi in his later years, and died calmly, not as good as Zhuge Gong's autumn wind in Wushengyiwen, and finally died of hard work. There was Bianzhou Wu, the height of the lake, and living in Chang'an, serving as an advisor to the imperial court. It is not like Fan Xiaoba, who changed his surname and changed his name, and no one knows where he is. Xiaoba Fan Li served as King Go Jian of Yu to destroy Wu, succeeded, and then sailed across the 5 lakes. No one knows where he ended up. For a big shot, the only choice is to leave Zhang Liang behind. There are only a few people, parents and teachers, who don't want to be famous one day. Not only do we hope that he will be a worthy celebrity, but we also hope that he will be a pure and perfect celebrity. I hope that he will do his best for the public and benefit society, and that he will be rich and live a long life. For the blessings of the world. The rise of the Western Han dynasty brought great success to the world, and all the heroes achieved great fame. However, Xiao He was scolded by the jailer. Chen Ping's conspiracy was too dangerous, and Han Xian and Peng Yu did not end well. Those with this number are all chosen for thousands of years. But it is still not enough to make people feel satisfied. Those who are enough to make people feel hesitant and satisfied are the only ones left behind. However, those who are left behind are not born to be perfect celebrities, and those who are blessed with good health and well-being are those who have been wasted many times and finally gain strength in the midst of sorrow and adversity. There are 3 elements of a great man: talent and knowledge. Talent is due to talent, and knowledge is due to cultivation. The young man Ren Xia in Zifang seeks revenge for Han. His talents are extraordinary, but at his best, he is nothing more than an assassin. Later, when he met the old man in the ruins, he was able to eliminate his rough and arrogant spirit and supplement it with profound knowledge. The ovary is also Korean. After Han Ju, the doctor of Han dynasty, his grandson who, together with the Zhao and Wei clans, were divided into the kingdom of Jin, and the founding of the kingdom was called Han, which is now Zhengzhou, Hunan. Its capital is also. It was passed down for more than 10 generations and was destroyed in the 17th year of Qin Shi Huang. Zifang's ancestors, from his ancestors to his father, have all been prime ministers of Han for 5 generations. From this point of view, the motherland of Han Gu's wife and the official family of Han are closely related. It is clear that he cannot sit back and watch Han's death. But at this time, he was young and had not yet earned his salary in the court, so he could not make any plans to save Korea from destruction. After his death, he could not lead the remnants of Korea, just like Xiang Yu's restoration of Chu. Xiang Yu's ancestor was a general of Chu. After the death of Chu, his uncle Liang raised an army and established the Chu state, and then repeated the Chu state, as far away as Wenshan protected the Song dynasty, when Tianxiang, courtesy name Wenshan, was from Jian, Jiangxi province. The Song dynasty still raised troops in order to revive, but died of exhaustion. This loyalty will never be forgotten, and it will never be forgotten. It's about Balangsha. When Han died, Xifang dismissed 300 of his family members and left his younger brother unburied. He used his family wealth to recruit strong men to assassinate the Qin emperor and avenge Han. Since the first emperor of the Qin dynasty, he has united the princes, burned poems and books, and deceived all the Confucian scholars in the world, those who slandered the current affairs and killed their 3 clans. They are called the father's party, the mother's party, and the wife's party. The 2 of them gathered together to talk to each other, and regardless of what they said, they all abandoned the market. They also repaired the 5 ridges in the south. The ridges range from the south of Hengshan Mountain in the west to the sea in the east, divided into 5 ridges. Qin Shi Huang sent Wei Tuo to open a road through the ridges to attack Baiyue. The Great Wall was built in the north, the sea was filled in the east, and the Afang was built in the west. This was a waste of people and money, and the world was in chaos. With Xifang's move, Gefeit avenged Han and also eliminated harm to the world. The landlord met Song Haijun, the leader of the ED at that time, and got a strong man, an iron vertebra weighing 120 kilograms. This ancient scale is also a small scale in ancient times, but a large scale today. 120 kilograms is approximately equal to 40 kilograms today. When the emperor of Qin traveled east to Kuaiji, now Shaoxing, Zhejiang, Xifang was waiting for him in the Balangsha, Lang Izwa Lang, south of today's Yanggu County, Hunan. He drove there and attacked him. However, the first emperor was afraid that the remnants of the 6 kingdoms would come out for revenge. Wherever he drove, there would always be a deputy in front of him, making people unpredictable. The strong man didn't know his plan. When he saw the leader coming, he thought he was right, but in fact he was hit by his second chariot. So the first emperor was furious and began to search the world, seeking help from thieves. Xifang took off his clothes calmly, went to Xiapi, now Pai County, Jiangsu Province, changed his name, and hid in his old friend Xiang Bo's house. Woohoo, the plan for the ovary is also sparse. Qin's destruction of the 6 kingdoms was not achieved by one person at a time. Following the death of the first emperor, how can it supplement the plan of destroying Korea? And it only gives the people of the subjugated country an extra layer of restraint. For example, Poland was abused by Russia, India was abused by Britain, Annan was abused by France, and Korea was abused by Japan. Su Wenjong took the risk of his life and cherished his ovary. For details, see Su Shi's Luan Ho Luan. It is still a small one. When the ovary is in hiding, she is deep in thought and regretful. Living idle and bored, I happened to walk on Shepi Bridge and saw an old man sitting on the side of the bridge. Seeing Xifang approaching, he dropped his feet under the bridge. Goose said to Xifang, "My dear, pick up my shoes for me." Once a stranger meets someone and is suddenly ordered to serve as a concubine, there is no one who would not be upset and unhappy. Huang Zifang regarded the venerable man of 10,000 chariots as if he were nothing, and stabbed him straightforward. How could he be compared to an old man? Not only did Zifang force himself to take the shoes and kneel in, but the old man never gave in, accepted the shoes with his feet, and left with a smile. Meng Lang, who rejoiced in his talents because of his talent, could be humble and restrained to this point. Meng Lang, who regretted his youthful behavior, has now completely changed. The old man didn't feel dissatisfied when he saw that Zifang was being served, so he said, "You can teach me." About 5 days later, they met on the bridge at Pingming. The ovary wants to be different, so it's because of Noah. As expected, the old man was already there, and he said angrily, "How can we meet with the old man? I'm leaving now." Morning meeting in 5 days. 5 days later, the rooster crows and the old man is there again. He angrily says, "What's going on?" 5 days later, he will come again early. I went to the ovary in the middle of the night, and after a while, the old man came. He said happily, "It should be like this." When Zifang saw the old man, he came here solemnly. I don't know what kind of secrets he has in his chest, so he will have his belly open to reveal it. Then he saw that the old man had written a book and taught it to him, saying, "If you read this, you will be the teacher of the king, and he will rise in the next 10 years. In the 13th year, I saw the yellow stone at the foot of Guqing Mountain in Jibei, and that was me." Then he left and disappeared. Criticize. When Taisher Gong wrote biographies, he liked to pick up 1 or 2 absurd things to illustrate them. Things that are upright are often omitted. Although it is not the right track of historical biography, the article is unique. For example, when the ovary encounters an old man's affairs, the historian writes in a trance, as if encountering a ghost. As a result, future generations of readers will not be able to determine who suffered the consequences. Su Dongpa had a unique eye for reading, and he was initially determined to be a hermit who avoided the Qin dynasty. Although his name is Ziru, his words are indeed credible. People with extraordinary talents are sometimes blinded by blood. If you act in a wrong way, you will eventually have an epiphany, or you will regret it afterwards, regret it, and vow not to do it again. Zifang avenged Han, and did not care about the big one, but did it out of assassination. This is not an upright act of a man. Escape in a hurry, break the old man's heart. Is it the time when the ovary feels remorseful? Later, he assisted Han Gao in fighting with Xiang Yu and strategizing, but he never regained his ability to attack the vertebrae. In addition, Xiang Yu knew that his youthful behavior could never be repeated. The purpose of the assassination is public outrage. And personal hatred is the next thing. Zifang's murder of the first emperor was out of public anger rather than personal hatred. However, it did not help the cause and was just a thief of humanity. Suppose there was no mistake in driving on that day, but the tyrannical devil died in the wave. The people of Qin lost their king and lost his king. The world is in ruins, but Han will never recover. Do you know that Qin did not take into account the wrong behavior of the first emperor, and that his successors were benevolent and prone to violence, and returned to their hearts from all over the world? Lu Xiang has no chance of rising, and Zifang wants to overthrow him. Is that why he supports him? This can be seen from the recent failure of the Nihilist Party in Russia. In the 33rd year of Qin Shi Huang's reign, something shocking happened that was enough to bring light to the Han people. It was the opening of southern Guangdong. The land of southern Guangdong actually includes Annan and other places in today's Guangdong and Guangxi. The first emperor moved 500,000 people there to recuperate and develop the benefits of the land. Although the colonial policy was in place, southern Guangdong was remote and beyond the reach of the central government. The most urgent thing is to open up roads and facilitate transportation. So there was the matter of building the 5 ridges in the south. As for the 5 ridges, Shui Jingzhu says, the easternmost one of the 5 ridges is called Daiyu, the second is called Qitian, the third is called Dupang, the fourth is called Mengzhu, and the farthest west is called Yuecheng. Note, Daiyu was located in the north of Baochang County, Nanxiong Prefecture, Guangdong today, Qitian. The name of Shangling Mountain is also called Huangsan Mountain, which is in the south of today's Quanzhou, Hunan. Dupang is also called Yongmingling, which is in the north of Yongming County, Yongzhou Prefecture, Hunan. Mengzhu is in the southwest of today's Jianghua County, Yongzhou Prefecture. Yuecheng is also called Shiren Ridge. In the north of Xing'an County, Guilin Prefecture, Guangxi today. He has the wisdom of Su Qin and Zhang Yi, but not their cunning. He has the bravery of Jing Ku and Nie Zheng, but not their recklessness. Jing Ku, a native of Wei, went to assassinate the king of Qin for the crown prince Dan of Yen. Die without success. Nie Zheng went to assassinate Han Xiang Xiaolei for Yen Zhongzi of South Korea, and both of them were included in Historical Records, Biography of Assassins. He was loyal to the end of his life, but in his later years he traveled around with Qi Songzi and died calmly. Unlike Zhuge Liang, who still fought with the enemy in Wushengyuan in his later years, and finally died of fatigue, he had the noble sentiments of boating on the 5 lakes, but lived in Chang'an and made suggestions to the court at any time, unlike Fan Li, who changed his name incognito. No one knows his whereabouts. Fan Li, also known as Xiaoba, helped Go Jian revive the Yu kingdom and destroy the Wu kingdom. After becoming famous, he sailed across the 5 lakes in a small boat. No one knows his whereabouts. A big shot who can do these things. All we have to do is wait for Zhang Liang. When a person is young, who among his parents and teachers does not hope that he can become a productive person in the future? Not just hope he succeeds in one aspect. I hope he can become a perfect person in every aspect. I hope that he will do his best for the country and do things that are beneficial to society. I also hope that he can be rich and live a long life and be a blessed person. The beginning of the rise of the Western Han Dynasty. Heroes and heroes rose up one after another, and for a time heroes from all walks of life made great achievements in the world. However, Xiaohe was criticized for being a jailer. Chen Ping's scheme was too insidious, and neither Han Xian nor Peng Yu got a good death. These people. They are all once-in-a-lifetime heroes, but they still cannot satisfy people. The only thing that can make people feel satisfied is to wait for Zhang Liang. But Zhang Liang was not born a perfect celebrity, a healthy and blessed person. It was only after going through many difficulties that I was able to improve amidst the hardships. To become a big shot, 3 conditions have always been required: talent, learning, and knowledge. Talent comes from talent, and learning and knowledge are created by life. Zhang Liang was very chivalrous when he was young and wanted to avenge South Korea. His talent is indeed extraordinary, but what he does is at best an assassin. Until later I met an old man at the head of Yishui Bridge. Only then did I begin to get rid of the rough and arrogant spirit in my body, and learn to deal with things calmly. Zhang Liang is Korean. The founding monarch of South Korea was a descendant of Han Ju, a great official of the Jin dynasty. Han Ju's grandson Han Hu, together with Zhao Xiangzi and Wei Xianzi, were divided into Jin states. The founding country was named Korea, and its capital was built in what is now Zhengzhou, Hunan. It passed on to the throne for more than 10 generations, and was destroyed in the 17th year of Qin Shi Huang's reign. Zhang Liang's ancestors, from his grandfather to his father, have all been prime ministers in Korea for 5 generations. From this point of view, South Korea was originally Zhang Liang's homeland, and he had a very close relationship with the royal palace nobles of South Korea. He cannot watch Korea perish and do nothing. It's just that he was still young at that time and did not serve as an official in the court. Nothing could be done to prevent Korea's demise. After the fall of Korea, he was unable to lead the remnants of Korea, so Xiang Yu revived the Chu kingdom and established the Chu state, just like when Tianxiang defended the Song dynasty, when Tianxiang, courtesy name Wenshan, a native of Jian, Jiangxi province, still led troops to fight when the Song dynasty was in decline, hoping to revive the Song dynasty, and finally died of exhaustion, but this loyalty cannot forget. Although there was no way to revive the motherland, he still planned Balangsha's assassination of the king of Qin. After the fall of Korea, Zhang Liang dismissed more than 300 slaves in his family, and his brother was not buried after his death. Instead, he used all his wealth to recruit strong men to assassinate Qin Shi Huang and avenge South Korea. Since Qin Shi Huang unified the world, he burned the ancient books and buried all the Confucian scholars in the world. Anyone who spoke ill of the Qin dynasty had the 3 tribes killed. Refers to the father's clan, the mother's clan, and the wife's clan. If 2 people get together, no matter what you say, they will be beheaded in the city. And they built 5 ridges in the south, the 5 ridges, starting from the south of Hengshan Mountain in the west, and starting from the south of Hengshan in the east. The sea is divided into 5 ridges in the middle. For Dayu Ridge, Qitian Ridge, Dupan Ridge, Mengzhu Ridge, and Yueqing Ridge, Qin Shi Huang asked Zhao Tuo to open a road between the 5 ridges in order to attack Baiyue. The Great Wall was built in the north, the sea was filled in the east, and the sea was built in the west. Afang Palace is a waste of time and money. The people complained. Although Zhang Liang's actions were to avenge South Korea, they were also to eliminate harm to the people of the world. Zhang Liang went to the east to meet Lord Songhai, the king of E and D at that time, and found a strong man. A big hammer weighing 120 kilograms was built for him. This was the standard for scales in ancient times. Scales in ancient times were relatively small, but today's scales are larger. 120 kilograms is about 40 kilograms today. Qin Shi Huang traveled eastward to Kuaiji. Shaoxing, Zhejiang, Zhang Liang and Hercules hid in Balangsha. Lang can also be called a wolf, now south of Yangu County, Hunan, waiting for the car to drive over, and suddenly attacked. However, Qin Shi Huang was very afraid that the survivors of the 6 kingdoms would come out to take revenge. Therefore, wherever the convoy goes, the passenger car is often in front, making it impossible to tell whether it is true or false. The strong man didn't know the mystery. When he saw the chariot in front of him, he thought it was Qin Shi Huang's chariot, but in fact it was just the passenger chariot by mistake. Qin Shi Huang was very angry about this incident and ordered a nationwide hunt for the assassins, eager to catch the culprits. However, Zhang Liang escaped calmly and fled to Xiapi, now Pai County, Jiangsu Province, hiding incognito in the home of his friend Xiang Bo. Well, Zhang Liang's plan is really crude. The destruction of the 6 kingdoms by the Qin state was definitely not something that could be done by one person in a short time. Even if Qin Shi Huang is killed, what help will it have for the restoration of the destroyed South Korea? It will only bring about the remnants of a subjugated country. Just one more layer of clamping. Just like Poland was controlled by Russia, India was controlled by Britain, Annan was controlled by France, and Korea was controlled by Japan. Su Shi risked his life to assassinate Qin Shi Huang because of Zhang Liang. It is common to feel sorry for him. See Su Shi's Luanho Luan for details. I just don't know if Zhang Liang would regret it if he reflected deeply when he was living in seclusion. Zhang Liang had nothing to do at home and accidentally walked to Xiapi Bridge and met an old man sitting on the edge of the bridge railing. Seeing Zhang Liang approaching, the old man deliberately threw his shoes under the bridge, and then asked Zhang Liang, "Boy, go down and pick up my shoes." This man was a stranger to him and had just met him. If you immediately ask people to do what they do, no one will be happy. Moreover, Zhang Liang even regarded Qin Shi Huang as useless and dared to assassinate him, let alone an old man. Not to mention Zhang Liang could not bear the dissatisfaction in his heart. He picked up the shoes for the old man and handed them to the old man respectfully, but he said that the old man didn't express his gratitude at all. After wearing the shoes, he left with a long smile. For someone like Zhang Liang, who prides himself on his talent, to be so humble and control his temper, he probably regrets his reckless behavior when he was young, and he has already come to regret it today. The old man saw that Zhang Liang was not disobedient when he was sent by him, so he said to Zhang Liang, "You can still be taught." He also made an appointment with Zhang Liang to meet at the bridge in the early morning 5 days later. Zhang Liang wanted to know what the old man meant. Just promise. 5 days later, Zhang Liang went as scheduled, but the old man had arrived first. He angrily scolded, "Why are you late for an appointment with the old man? Leave today and come early in 5 days." 5 days later, Zhang Liang went to the appointment place as soon as the rooster crows in the early morning. The old man got there first again and said angrily, "Why are you late again? Come back earlier in 5 days." 5 days later, Zhang Liang went to the meeting place in the middle of the night. After waiting for a while, the old man also came. "That's how it should be," he said happily. Seeing that the old man came here so solemnly, Zhang Liang wondered if he had any important secrets in his heart and wanted to tell him sincerely. Then the old man took out a book, handed it to Zhang Liang and said, "After reading this book well, you can become the emperor's teacher, and in 10 years you will become rich and wealthy. 13 years later, the yellow stone you see at the foot of Guqing Mountain in Jibei is me." After that, he left and disappeared. Comment. Tai Shigong wrote biographies for others and liked to collect some ridiculous things to supplement their experiences. For such upright matters, some will be omitted and not recorded. Although this is not the orthodox way of writing historical biographies, but it's more unique. For example, when Zhang Liang met an old man, Tai Shigong wrote it in a trance, as if he had encountered a ghost, so that later generations of readers could not determine who Zhang Liang met. Su Dongpa was a scholar with a unique insight. He initially defined him as a hermit who escaped from Qin Shi Huang. Although his name is unknown, what he said is indeed more credible. People with unique talents may occasionally be affected by blood. They act unconventionally, but in the end they listen to other people's advice and wake up, or they regret it afterwards, change their past, and vow not to do it again. Zhang Liang avenged South Korea and had no long-term strategy. Instead, he chose assassination. This move was not an above-board behavior of a man. Later, when he fled hastily and surrendered to the old man, was it the time when Zhang Liang felt heartbroken and repented? In the future, he will assist Liu Bang, fight with Xiang Yu, and strategize. The methods used to assassinate Qin Shi Huang were not used again. In addition, after meeting Xiang Yu, he knew that he should not do the frivolous behavior he did when he was young again. The purpose of assassination is to avenge the country first and personal revenge later. Zhang Liang assassinated Qin Shi Huang. Although it is due to national hatred rather than personal hatred, it does not help the matter. In vain, he is called a thief by the world. This is the first thing. Assume that the passenger car was not hit by mistake at that time, but the assassination was successful. Then the autocratic demon King Qin Shi Huang finally died in Balangsha, but after Qin Shi Huang died, others would succeed to the throne, the world would still be stable, and Korea would not be able to recover after all. How can we know that the subsequent monarchs of Qin will not learn from Qin Shi Huang's wrong style of behavior, replace tyranny with benevolence and righteousness, and bring the world back to its center? In this way, Liu Bang and Xiang Yu had no chance to rise to power. And didn't the Qin dynasty that Zhang Liang wanted to overthrow protect the Qin state? You can know the answer by observing that the Russian Nihilist Party has achieved nothing in recent days. In the 33rd year of Qin Shi Huang's reign, an earth-shattering thing happened. It is enough to become the glory of the Han people in the Central Plains, that is, to open the road connecting southern Guangdong. The area of southern Guangdong actually includes the current Guangdong, Guangxi, Vietnam, and other places. Qin Shi Huang moved 500,000 people to live here. Recuperate and develop the beneficial resources here. Although it was a colonial policy, the geographical location of southern Guangdong was relatively remote and close to the mountains, and the rule of the Qin dynasty felt somewhat beyond its reach. In principle, just open the way. Striving for smooth traffic was the most important thing, so Qin Shi Huang started to build the 5 ridges in the south. The 5 ridges, Shui Jingzhu says, the largest of the 5 ridges is called Dayu Ridge, the second is called Qitian Ridge, the third is called Dupan Ridge, and the fourth is called Mengzhu Ridge. The one closest to the west is called Yueqing Ridge. Note, Dayuling is located in what is now Nanxiong County, Guangdong Province, to the north of Baochang County, Kishanling, also known as Shangling Mountain, is also called Huangqin Mountain, and is south of current Qinzhou, Hunan. Depangling is also called Yongmingling. It is to the north of Yongming County, Yongzhou, Hunan. Mengzhu Ridge is to the southwest of Jianghua County, Yongzhou. Weqing Ridge, also called Shiren Ridge, is to the north of Xing'an County, Guilin, Guangxi. Chapter 2: Qin Jiji's Attack. Zifang obtained the book from the old man, and when he looked at it, it turned out that it was the military book written by Tai Gong Wang during the reign of King Wu of Zhou dynasty, also known as Lu Tao, and his book still exists to this day. Zifang got the book, opened it and read it, as if he had found a treasure. You all also know Taigong's Art of War. Did Taigong write it? On the day of the Grand Duke, King Zhuo Wu was ruling the world. How could he have the time to write books behind closed doors? This was written by people during the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, and was named after Taigong. Looking at it from the perspective of today's people, the purpose of writing a book is to name it. And those who go down will benefit. If you work hard on writing letters and entrust others with your name, how can you gain fame and fortune? The ancients wrote books to reveal what they learned, and they had no intention of fame and fortune at first. I am also afraid that my name and family name are not important enough, and others will treat my name lightly and my writings lightly. Therefore, it is considered important to marry a big shot whose name has lasted a lifetime. People in the Zhou and Han dynasties often had this example. However, who wrote Taigong's Art of War, who he was, and what school he attacked? From today's perspective, he is considered a Taoist scholar, Huangshi Gongshu, today's biography. It is said that it was done by the old man Jiji, but it is not credible. Taoism began with Laozi, named Dan, a Zhou native, in the spring and autumn period, and his disciples spread all over the world. As for the Warring States, scholars tried to figure out the art of vertical and horizontal. During the Warring States, Qin united one country and conquered 5 countries, which was called horizontal. The alliance of 6 kingdoms. To resist Qin, it is called Zong. His theory began with Giguzi, and he did not use Taoist words to see the reformers. During the period of Han Wen and Jing, he adopted his theory of tranquility and inaction, thinking that as a cure, the world would be at peace. And the person who started it is Zhang Zifang. Before Zifang studied Taigong's Art of War, he spent thousands of gold to beg dead soldiers to assassinate the tyrant. How brave he was! Later, he was immersed in the Taoist principle of knowing the white and guarding the black, advocating softness and being strong. For a sentence, see Lao Ziyu. It is a common saying, which means to take a step back. The key to Taoism is here, and his rough and arrogant temperament has changed. Young people cannot learn from virtuous teachers and friends, but they can learn from famous people's works and recite them day and night. The results will be as fast as being in the same room as famous people. Lao's learning. Although there are disadvantages, the ovary is actually effective in this throughout its life, so it is shown in the table. The ovary is in Xiangbo's house, so that she can go to other people's troubles and be in danger. Although she is traveling in prison, she can't stop reading. When knight-errants became popular, they did not worry about the disaster of ruining their families. His knowledge is far beyond anyone else's. Xiangbo often killed people, and the officials were eager to arrest him. The ovary is designed to be hidden, so it can be avoided. When the Balangsha incident broke out, the first emperor searched the world for 10 days, but he couldn't get it. Now I teach Xiang Bo the art of escape, and Xiang Bo is fine. His wisdom is beyond reach. In the first year of the Second World War, 2015 BC, Chen Sheng, named Shi, from Yangcheng, now southeast of Dengfeng County, Hunan Prefecture, and Wu Guang, named Shu, from Yangxia, now Taikang County, Qinzhou Prefecture, Hunan Province, launched an army. The world has been hostile to Qin for a long time. Gu Mo dared to attack. When the second emperor ascended the throne, he sent out 900 civilians to garrison Yuyang, now southwest of Mian County, Shantian Prefecture, Zhili. Sheng and Guang were both commanders of the garrison. My husband left his country and left his hometown, which was very sad, especially if he was serving in the army. So no one wants it. At that time, the tyrants used the tyranny to serve the people like dogs and horses. This cannot be compared with the righteousness of the people today to serve the country, so these 900 people were held responsible. When traveling to Day's Township, now south of Suzhou, Fengyang Prefecture, Anhui Province, it rained heavily and the roads were blocked. By the time he has passed, it has expired. According to Qin's decree, all soldiers who fail to meet their deadlines will be killed. Xinguang then told everyone in the reign has missed his chance and should be killed. Even if he is not killed but garrisoned, the dead will be 16 or 17. And if a strong man does not die, it will be enough. If he dies, he will do a great thing and be famous in the world. Princes and Princes General. Would you rather have the seed? All the disciples and subordinates followed him. Zifang wandered in the southeastern grassland for 10 years after Balangsha. It was extremely boring. Hearing that Xinguang had raised troops, he was very happy, and he gathered more than 100 young people to respond. At that time, Jingzhu established himself as the false king of Chu and stayed in Lu. Southeast of present-day Peixian County, Jiangsu Province. The ovary wants to follow it. Lu Bang, a native of Shipei County, also killed Pei Ling and established himself as Pei Gong. Chen Sheng sent his military ministers, Zhang Er and Qin Yu, to attack Shao. The counties responded, and Pei Gong came to peace with them. When the soldiers arrived at Xiapi, they met Zifang. Pei Gong is generous and loving. Zifang fell in love with him at first sight, so he did not go to Jingzhu's house, but instead sent his troops to Pei Gong. In the world of grassroots creation, the king chose his ministers, and the ministers also chose their king. The way to choose a king is not to strengthen the army and the people, but to judge based on the person's ability and ability. At that time, all the heroes came together, and they were 10 times as powerful as Pei Gong. The ovaries were not happy, but they were only on good terms with Pei Gong. It can be said that they had the vision to recognize heroes. This is also how young people should make friends with others. Criticize. Between the Qin and Han dynasties, Taoism became popular in the world. But Confucianism is weak. Taoism respects autocracy and supports emperors, which is the opposite of Confucianism. The ovary is used to promote Han industry. However, this is also caused by the current times, and we cannot blame the ovaries so quickly. Why not implement a republic after the Qin dynasty was destroyed? Celebrities from ancient times. Often effective in a volume of books. Zhao Pu was the founding father of the Song dynasty and was actually responsible for half of the Analects of Confucius. Facts are based on ideals, and ideals are created by perception. Books are like food, with salty and odorous smells, and they are all sought after according to people's hobbies. There is no one who has no choice but to leave. At the beginning, he read extensively, and later he kept his promise. Not only can one volume be entrusted to him for a lifetime, but every word and sentence can also be practiced for a lifetime, which cannot be exhausted. It is the law of an autocratic country to attack the first emperor in his ovary. This is an extremely evil crime. Xiang Boqin died with him, and his righteousness was unparalleled. The incident at Hongmen is about rescuing the siege. You are a bloody man. When we make friends, we will have no regrets if we can find people like these and become friends with them. After Zhang Liang got the book from the old man, he opened it at dawn. It was discovered that it turned out to be the Book of War, also known as Six Tao. This book still exists in the world, written by Lu Wang, Jiang Taigong during the reign of King Wu of Zhou dynasty. Zhang Liang got this book and felt as if he had found a treasure as soon as he started reading it. Everyone also knows Taigong's Art of War. But was this book really written by Jiang Taigong himself? At that time, Taigong Jiang was assisting King Wu of Zhou to conquer the country and dominate the world. How could he have time to write books behind closed doors? This volume was probably written by someone during the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. Just borrowing Jiang Taigong's name. From a modern perspective, the purpose of writing books is to gain fame and profit. He worked hard to write a book, but he used other people's names. How could he seek fame and fortune? Because people in ancient times wrote books mainly to leave good and useful knowledge to future generations. They had no intention of fame and fortune at the beginning. But I am also afraid that my words may not be enough to attract the attention of others, and that people may not recognize this person. He would not value this book, so he borrowed the name of an influential and respected person at the time, hoping that the book would be valued by future generations. People in the Zhou and Han dynasties often did this. However, who wrote Taigong's Art of War and which school of thought he came from? It seems now that he was probably a scholar who believed in Taoism. Some people say that the Huangshi Gongshu that is now handed down is the work of Old Man Guan. But this is not acceptable. Taoist theory originated from Laozi in the Spring and Autumn period. Laozi, named Li Er, courtesy named Dan, from the Zhou dynasty. He has many students all over the world, but this is not acceptable. Taoist theory originated from Laozi in the Spring and Autumn period. Laozi, named Li Er, courtesy named Dan, from the Zhou dynasty. He has many students all over the world. During the Warring States period, scholars studied and learned the art of combining vertical and horizontal lines. During the Warring States period, the method of Qin's alliance with one country and the attack on the other 5 countries was called Lianheng, and the method of the 6 countries' alliance to resist Qin was called Hazong. The art of Zongheng originated from Giguzi. No ruler uses Taoist ideas to govern the country. During the reigns of Emperors Wen and Jing of the Han Dynasty, the Taoist theory of pure and inactive governance was adopted as a method of governing the country, and the world was very peaceful. The first person to put forward this idea was Zhang Liang. Before Zhang Liang learned Taigong's art of war, he spent a lot of money to recruit dead soldiers to assassinate the tyrant Qin Shi Huang. How brave he was! But later he immersed himself in Taoist teachings. I know very well that in order to behave in the world, I must understand right and wrong. I must act dull on the outside, know how to advance and retreat, and advocate the idea of being gentle and taking retreat to advance. The central idea of Taoism is here, and then the rough and heroic spirit in him completely changed. Although young people do not have virtuous teachers and friends to learn from each other, they are given books written by famous people and read them morning and night. The speed of progress is no different from that of directly receiving teachings from celebrities. Although Laozi's Taoist theory also has shortcomings, Zhang Liang's life was indeed beneficial to it, so it is expressed here. When Zhang Liang was at Xiang Bo's house, he liked to help others and save people from danger. Even though he was living in a foreign country, he never stopped studying. Although he likes to do chivalry and justice, he does not always feel sad because of the loss of his family. His knowledge and courage are far superior to others. Xiang Bo once killed someone, and the policeman was eager to catch him. Zhang Liang used a trick to hide him so that he could survive the misfortune. After the Balangsha assassination happened that day, Qin Shi Huang was furious. Zhang Liang was wanted all over the world for 10 days, but no one was able to catch him. Now he taught Xiang Bo how to escape and hide, and Xiang Bo was safe and sound. Zhang Liang's wisdom is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The first year of Qin II. In 2015 BC, Chen Sheng, named Shi, from Yangcheng, now southeast of Dengfeng County, Hunan Province, and Wu Guang, named Shu, from Yangxia, now Taikang County, Qinzhou Prefecture, Hunan Province, led an uprising. Although the people at that time had hated Qin's brutal rule for a long time, no one dared to resist. After Qin II came to the throne, he mobilized 900 civilians to guard Yuyang, now southwest of Miyun, Beijing. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang were both the commanders of the army. Leaving your hometown is a sad thing, let alone serving in the military. Therefore, people are reluctant. The autocratic system of the Qin dynasty at that time was cruel and ruthless, enslaving the people like dogs and horses. In the first place, we cannot blame these 900 people with the same righteousness as people do today in serving their motherland. When they marched to Day's Township, now Zisipo Township, Suzhou, Anhui Province, they encountered heavy rain and the road was impassable. Seeing that it was impossible to arrive in Yuyang as scheduled. According to the laws of the Qin dynasty at that time, all the recruited border guards who failed to arrive at the designated place on time would be executed. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang therefore said to everyone, "We encountered heavy rain. He can no longer reach Yuyang as scheduled and will be beheaded according to the law. Even if they go to defend the frontier without being beheaded, 6 to 7 out of 10 people will die. Besides, it doesn't matter if a hero doesn't die, but if he dies, he must gain a great reputation." Let everyone in the world know your name. Are princes, generals, and ministers born of noble birth? Everyone chose to follow Chen Sheng and Wu Guang. Zhang Liang has been wandering in the wilderness and water towns of the southeast for 10 years since the Balangsha assassination incident. It was originally very boring. Now I heard that Chen Sheng and Wu Guang led troops to rebel against Qin. I was very happy and summoned more than 100 young people to rise up and respond to them. At that time, Jing Ju established himself as the acting king of Chu and stationed troops in Lu County. Now southeast of Peixian County, Jiangsu Province, Zhang Liang planned to follow him. At that time, Liu Bang, a native of Peixian County, also killed the magistrate of Peixian County and established himself as Peigong. Chen Sheng sent military officials, Zhang Er, and Qin Yu to attack Zhao, and all counties responded. Liu Bang sent troops to help him from far away. When he marched to Xiapi, he met Zhang Liang. Liu Bang was very generous and kind to others. As soon as Zhang Liang saw him, he fell in love with him, so he did not go to Jing Ju's place again. Instead, he led his troops to submit to Liu Bang. At the beginning of the world, the monarch chose his ministers, and the ministers also chose the monarch. The criterion for choosing a monarch is not the military strength and territory, but whether the monarch can jointly start a business. At that time, all the heroes came together, and there were countless people who were 10 times more powerful than Liu Bang, but Zhang Liang didn't like them. He was the only one who made good friends with Liu Bang. It can be said that he has a keen eye to recognize heroes. This is how young people should make friends with others. Comment. At the end of the Qin dynasty and the beginning of the Han dynasty, Taoism was very prosperous, but Confucianism had declined. Taoism advocates imperial autocracy, which is exactly the opposite of Confucianism, but Zhang Liang admired Taoism and used it to build the Han dynasty. This was also caused by the current situation at that time. We cannot suddenly blame Zhang Liang for this reason and ask why he did not implement the republican system after the fall of the Qin dynasty. Celebrities since ancient times often owe their success to a good book. Zhao Pu became the founding father of the Song dynasty, which actually benefited from half of the analects of Confucius. Because facts originally come from ideals, and the formation of ideals comes from perception. Books are like food, each has its own taste, sweet, sour, bitter and spicy. Everyone chooses according to their own hobbies, and there is no one who leaves without getting what they want. They read a lot of books at first, and then they follow the instructions in the book. Not only can one book be believed in for a lifetime, even if it is a word or a sentence, it will take a lifetime to practice it and it cannot be fully studied. Zhang Liang assassinated Qin Shi Huang. According to the laws of an authoritarian country, this was a heinous act. But Xiang Boqin and Zhang Liang lived and died together. This shows that he is more loyal than ordinary people. At the Hongmen banquet, he rescued Liu Bang again. He was indeed a bloody man. When we make friends, we will have no regrets if we can get such people as our friends. Chapter 3 Return to Korea. When a group of heroes rose up and destroyed the Qin tribe, they all fought against the feudal trends of the 3 generations and wanted to unify themselves and return to the separatist regimes. Each of them sought the queens of Qi, Chu, Yan, Zhao, Han, and Wei, and made them their kings. Since the spring and autumn period, the world has suffered in the feudal and warring states periods. From now on, the world will suffer from autocracy, both of which are not good laws. Nowadays, the dictatorship of unification has been replaced by the dictatorship of separatism. It is like washing water with water and only raising its waves. It is obvious that it is not enough to protect the people and ensure long-term peace. However, Qin destroyed the 6 kingdoms. The remaining people all have thoughts of the old king of their homeland. Now it is just as expected, it is self-sufficient to maintain people's hearts, and there is no time to calculate the future benefits and harms. At that time, Zhang Liang raised troops in Chu and asked for the heart of the grandson of King Huai of Chu, and established him as king of Chu. This is the opportunity for Zifang to recover. It cannot be lost. Then he went to Zhang Liang and said, "The king has established a queen of Chu, and if the sons of Han become virtuous, they can be established as kings, so as to strengthen the parties of other countries and weaken Qin." From then on, Korea began to recover, and the son's family continued his grandfather's business. Then he became the prime minister of Han and sent troops to join forces with Pei Gong and march westward to attack Qin. Pei Gong entered Iguan, Lantian Pass, southeast of Lantian County, Xi'an Prefecture, to the west. At this time, Zhao Gao killed his second son. The envoy made a treaty with Pei and divided the king into Guanzhong, but Pei Gong refused. When Ziying killed Zhao Gao, he sent his generals away from Yaoguan, and Duke Pei wanted to attack him. Zifang said, "Qin's army is still strong and should not be underestimated." When I heard that the general was slaughtering his son, he made a move for his own benefit. I hope my troops will not move, but I will spread my flags on the mountains to serve as suspicious soldiers. He ordered Li Shiqi to be read as if he had a different base, and the Qin general to hold the treasure trap in his hands, cut excessively to facilitate baiting, which is called trap. Things can be done. Li Shiqi is a native of Gaoyang City in Qixin County. He likes to study, his family is poor and has no food and clothing. He is more than 60 years old and is still trapped in the prison gate. Everyone in the village and the elders call him crazy. Pei Gong took the territory of Chenlu, now Chenlu County, Kaifeng Prefecture, Hunan Province, and past Gaoyang. When he was eating, he went to the military gate with his sword to pay homage. Pei Gong got on the bed and ordered the 2 women to wash their feet. When he saw him eating, he bowed his head but did not bow, and said, "With one step, I will definitely kill the unruly Qin. It is not suitable to meet the elders eat what they call themselves." Pei Gong changed his appearance and thanked him. From then on, he always stayed in the army and made plans for Pei Gong. He was a man of courage and eloquence, and had the legacy of the strategists of the warring states period. Zifang therefore raised him as an envoy of Qin. The general of Qin obtained the valuable treasure of Pei Gong, and joined Li Shi's lobbying, and he was willing to make peace. Together with Pei Gong, they attacked Xianyang from the west. Zifang said, This is the only general who wants to rebel and is afraid that the soldiers will not obey. If you don't obey, you will be in danger. It is better to attack them because of their negligence. Pei Gong then led his troops to attack the Qin army and defeated it greatly. Then it went north to Lantian, today's west of Lantian County, Xi'an Prefecture, Shaanxi Province. Fight again. The Qin army was defeated. Pei Gong's soldiers marched straight in and defeated Zhang Liang, and the prince of Qin surrendered. When Duke Pei came to Qin, he saw the Qin palace's rich curtains, dogs and horses, heavy treasures, and women, and wanted to stay there. Husband's extravagant entertainment is the reason why Qin destroyed the world. Today Pei Gong is happy. It can be seen that he has no ambition. Fan Kuai warned Pei Gong to leave the house, but Pei Gong didn't listen. Zifang said, "Qin is unruly, so Pei Gong is here. In order to get rid of the remaining thieves in the world, I should practice frugality and advocate for the world. Now that I have entered Qin, I will be at ease." This so-called aiding Zhou is cruelty. Moreover, loyal advice is unpleasant to the ear and beneficial to action, and good medicine is bitter to the mouth and beneficial to illness. See Confucius Family Sayings. May Pei Gong listen to Fan Kuai's words. Pei Gong followed it and returned to the army Ba Shang, above the Nanba River in Lintong County. Ba is also called Ba. When heroes first emerged, they were independent in their own affairs and there was no unified government. Xiang Yu is the strongest at this time. Yu, a native of Chu. And the master he worshipped was Emperor Yi of Chu. The princes all considered themselves the master and obeyed orders. Emperor Yi sent people into the pass to destroy Qin. At that time, the Qin army was strong, and the generals could not benefit from entering the pass first. Du Xiangyu complained that Qin defeated Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang was arrogant when he defeated Qin soldiers, but was later defeated by Qin general Zhang Han, who killed Zhang Liang. He volunteered to go first, but Emperor Yi refused. At the beginning, Emperor Yi tried to make an appointment with the generals and said, "The one who enters Dingguanshong first will be the king." Unexpectedly, Pei Gong entered the pass first and wanted to carry out Emperor Yi's agreement and rule in Guangzhou. So there was the Battle of Hongmen, with little help from Xiang Bo, and he was almost unable to save his life. There is no justice between the strong and the weak. This has been the case since ancient times. Before Pei Gong entered the pass, Qin attacked Zhao and turned to Chu. Emperor Yi made Song Yi the general, Xiang Yu the second general, and Fan Xing the last general. Save Zhao from the north. Xiang Yu killed Song Yi, made himself the general, and led the troops of the princes across the river. They all sank their boats, broke the cauldrons, burned the huts, and took 3 days of food to show that the soldiers would die and none of them would return the favor. So, when they arrived, they surrounded Wangli, met the Qin army, and fought 9 times to cut off the corridor and defeat it. Kill Su Jiao and capture Wangli. Shi Jian refuses to surrender to Chu and burns himself to death. At that time, the army of Chu was more powerful than the other princes. The army of the princes rescued the giant deer with more than 10 walls. Everywhere the army was stationed, they built forts to defend themselves. The army of the princes built more than 10 fortresses separately. Jiulu is now directly under the southwest of Ningjin County, Zhaozhou. No one dares to send troops. When Chu attacked Qin, all the generals watched from the wall. The soldiers of Chu were all equal to 10, and their shouts moved the heavens, and all the princes and armies were frightened. After Chu defeated the Qin army, Xiang Yu summoned the princes and generals to enter the camp gate. Everyone walks forward on their knees, and no one dares to look up. From then on, Xiang Yu became the general of the princes, and all the princes belonged to Yan. The conflict between Chu and Han also began. Criticize. People's knowledge and opinions change at any time based on experience. Zifengku wanted to assassinate the first emperor and avenge Han. Knowing that this is difficult to accomplish, even if it is accomplished, it will not help the matter. So with an upright army and a dignified flag, he marched westward to destroy Qin. After initially wanting to re-establish Han, he knew that feudalism could not be restored and the separatist regime could not last long, so he endured the pain of the country's subjugation and no longer thought about its survival. Today's views are better than yesterday's, then abandon the old and start with the new. Even if your political views change very much, it will not be a disease. However, it is not an excuse for those who have no beginning or end, are hesitant, and use snobbishness as an excuse. The early Han dynasty inherited the remaining trends of the Warring States period, so it still did not break away from the habits of strategists. Li Shiqi, Lu Jia, and Sueha are all outstanding eloquent scholars, and their skills are better than those of 100,000 teachers. The ancients valued the tongue of a debater as much as the sword of a warrior. The debater was of great benefit to the country. In ancient times, before the advent of paper and ink, writing was not easy, so the emphasis was not on the pen but on the tongue. His spoken language is just like today's written prose, with repeated ups and downs, all of which are not just meticulous. In the past, King Xian of the Qi dynasty opened pavilions in Jixia and Aiqiu to recruit talented people. The preface to the anthology of Prince Liang Xiaoming said, "Sitting on Aiqiu, discussing Jixia, the ice released and the springs surged, and the metal phase and jade vibrated." That is to say, he praises the wonderfulness of his words. When others listen to them, it is like listening to music, and their minds are not aware of it. There will be no more wonderful words in the future than this. Zifang Zuohan, using this technique to replace the sword of the warrior, has achieved his goal. Hanzu destroyed Qin. He was happy to be served by the women in his palace, but he had no great ambitions and did not measure his capabilities. He suddenly wanted to seclusion in Chu, relying on the past to stand on his own. To be honest, his prowess is not as good as Xiang Yu's, and his first attack is not as good as Chen Sheng's. When Zifang met the Han ancestor for the first time, he talked about Taigong's art of war. He said to others, "I told others about it, but they didn't understand it." But Pei Gong was very happy when he heard it. So he sent troops to join him. The emperor of the Han dynasty also did not use soup and water to build a house. Treat each other with force, only those who can accept good words. A man who is unwise but can use the wisdom of others is still better than a man who uses admonishment on his own. Xiang Yu had a fan who could not use it, and Chen Xing had a military official who could not use it. This was why he was defeated. The Battle of Xiang Yu's giant deer is also a major battle in the history of our country. The overwhelming strength and overwhelming force can be seen in this battle. Yu's skill in fighting is comparable to that of Napoleon, but his ability to govern is inferior to him. If we take Napoleon as the leader, then after entering the pass, everything in the world will be settled. How can you be so trapped in Gaixia and lose your reputation? At that time, heroes from all walks of life rose up to destroy the Qin dynasty, but they were all stuck to the feudal ideas of the 3 previous generations of the Qin dynasty. They each wanted to unify the world, but instead returned to the original situation of divided heroes. They each found Qi, Chu, Yan, Zhao. The descendants of the 6 kingdoms of Han and Wei supported him as king. Since the spring and autumn period, the people of the world have lived painfully in the flames of war during the feudal and warring states periods, and then under the autocratic system of the Qin dynasty. Neither of these are good ways to govern a country. Now that the unified autocratic dynasty has been overthrown, it has returned to a situation of divided power. It is like washing water with water, only adding fuel to the flames. It is obvious that it cannot guarantee the long-term peace and stability of the people. However, after the Qin dynasty destroyed the 6 kingdoms, the survivors of the 6 kingdoms all had the idea of reviving the old monarchs of their homeland. Now it is time to satisfy their hopes and allow them to rebuild their homeland. Naturally, it can maintain people's hearts. As for the subsequent interests, there is no time to take into account. At that time, Zhang Liang raised troops in Chu. He found Mi Xian, the grandson of King Huai of Chu, and made Mi Xian the king of Chu. Now Zhang Liang had the opportunity to revive Korea. Don't miss this opportunity. So he went to lobby Zhang Liang and said, "You have already supported the descendants of Chu, and one of the descendants of Korea, Han Sheng, is a very virtuous man. You can make him the king of Han to strengthen the anti-Qin camp." So Korea was restored. Zhang Liang inherited his grandfather's official position and became the Prime Minister of Korea. He led his troops to join Pei Gong and marched west to attack Qin. When Liu Bang led his army into Aoguan Pass, now Lantian Pass is located in the southeast of Lantian County, Xi'an Prefecture. Zhao Gao has killed Qin too. He sent people over to negotiate with Liu Bang and wanted them to be kings in Guangzhou, but Liu Bang disagreed. After Ziying killed Zhao Gao, he sent generals and heavy troops to guard the pass. Liu Bang wanted to capture the pass. Zhang Liang said, "At present, Qin's military force guarding the pass is still very strong. We should not underestimate the enemy and act rashly. I heard that the guard general at Aoguan is the son of a butcher and is easily bribed with money. I hope Pei Gong will not take action for the time being. But you can plant military flags on the surrounding mountains to bluff and act as a suspect." Then he sent Li Shiqi, Li pronounced in Li pronunciation. Shiqi has the same pronunciation as Iji, with treasures and property. Giving many treasures for free to lure the enemy is called a trap. Go and persuade General Qin, so that things may succeed. Li Shiqi is a native of Gaoyang Township, Chenlu County. Qixin County is Gaoyang City. He likes reading. He grew up in a poor family and lacked food and clothing. He is still working as a janitor in his 60s. The heads of his hometown all called him Kangsheng. Liu Bang led troops to attack Chenlu, now Chenlu County, Kaifeng City, Hunan Province, and passed by Gaoyang. Li Shiqi brought his sword to visit the military camp. At that time, Liu Bang was sitting by the bed and letting 2 women wash his feet. When Li Shiqi came in and saw this, he only bowed to Liu Bang but did not bow down, and said, "If you are determined to overthrow the tyrannical and cruel Qin dynasty, you should not use such an arrogant and rude attitude. Treat the elderly." Li Shiqi calls himself an elder. Liu Bang quickly apologized respectfully. From then on, Li Shiqi stayed in the army and gave advice to Liu Bang. Li Shiqi was very courageous and eloquent, and he had the style of a counselor during the Warring States period. Therefore, Zhang Liang recommended him to Liu Bang as an envoy to go to Aoguan to lobby. After receiving the treasures sent by Liu Bang and Li Shiqi's lobbying, the general at Yaoguan was indeed willing to join forces with Liu Bang and attack Zhang westward. Zhang Liang said, "This is just a rebellion by the general at Yaoguan, and I'm afraid the soldiers below won't listen. Disobeying soldiers will definitely bring danger, so it is better to attack them while they are slack." So Liu Bang led his troops to attack the Qin army. Defeat the enemy soldiers. So he went north to Lantian, now west of Lantian County, Xi'an City, Shaanxi Province, and fought again with the Spring Army, and the Qin army was defeated miserably. As a result, Liu Bang's army marched straight into Xianyang, and Prince Qining surrendered. Liu Bang entered the Qin palace and saw countless curtains, dogs and horses, precious treasures, beauties, etc., so he wanted to stay and live in the palace. It was precisely because of excessive luxury and entertainment that the Qin dynasty perished. Now Liu Bang likes these, which shows that he has no foresight. Fan Kuai advised Liu Bang to go out and live, but Liu Bang refused to listen. Zhang Liang said, "It is precisely because the Qin dynasty was cruel and unjust that Pei Gong had the opportunity to come here. If you want to eliminate tyranny for the people of the world, you should be diligent, frugal and simple yourself, and set an example for the world." Now Pei Gong has just entered the capital of Qin and wants to enjoy himself in peace. This is what people say is aiding the evil. Moreover, good advice may displease the ears but help the deeds. Good medicine tastes bitter and is good for diseases. See Confucius Family Sayings for details. I hope Pei Gong can listen to Fan Kuai's opinion. Liu Bang then obeyed and led his army back to Bahang, above the Ba River in the south of Lintong County, Ba also acted as Ba. At that time, heroes from all walks of life had just emerged, and they were independent in their own affairs. There was no unified government. At that time, Xiang Yu's team was the strongest. Xiang Yu, a native of Chu. The king he served was Emperor Yi of Chu. Other princes also served Emperor Yi of Chu. Take his orders. Emperor Yi of Chu sent people into Guangzhou to destroy the Qin dynasty. At that time, the Qin dynasty's military strength was strong, and none of the princes thought it was in their own interests to enter Guangzhou first. Only Xiang Yu resented Qin for killing Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang showed pride after defeating the Qin soldiers and was later killed by the Qin general Zhang Han, and volunteered to enter Xianying first, but Emperor Yi of Chu disagreed. At the beginning, Emperor Yi made an agreement with the generals: whoever enters Guanzhong first will be crowned king. Unexpectedly, Liu Bang was the first to enter Guanzhong. He wanted to proclaim himself king in Guanzhong according to the agreement with Emperor Yi of Chu. So this was the Hongmen banquet. If it weren't for Xiang Bo's secret help, Liu Bang would hardly be able to protect himself. Between the strong and the weak, there is no reason at all. You can know it through ancient things. Before Liu Bang entered Guanzhong, Qin sent troops to attack Zhao, and Zhao asked Chu for help. Emperor Yi of Chu ordered Song Yi to be the top general and Xiang Yu to be the second general. Fan Zheng became the last general and went north to rescue Zhao. Later, Xiang Yu killed Song Yi and became a general himself, leading the armies of various princes to cross the river to rescue Zhao. He ordered his soldiers to sink all the ferries to the bottom of the river, break the cooking pots and steamers, and burn all the marching tents. He only brought 3 days' worth of rations to show the determination of all the soldiers to fight to the death without leaving any retreat. Therefore, after the army arrived, they surrounded Wang Li's army, met the Qin army, and fought 9 fierce battles, cutting off the opponent's corridor. The Qin army was defeated, Qin general Su Jiao was killed, and Wang Li was captured. Shi Jian was unwilling to surrender to the Chu army, so he set fire to himself and died. At that time, the courage and prestige of Chu's soldiers surpassed that of all the princes' armies. The armies of various princes came to relieve the siege of Julun, built more than 10 forts. Where the army was stationed, more than 10 forts were built for self-defense. It is said here that the troops of each princely state built a total of more than 10 forts. Julu was in the area from Ren County, Ping Township to Gaocheng, Jin County in the south of what is now Hebei Province, and no one dared to send troops to attack. When the Chu army attacked the Qin army, all the princes' armies hid in the camp to watch the battle. The soldiers of the Chu army all weighed 1 against 10. The sound of killing shook the sky, and all the officers and soldiers of the princes trembled in fear. After the Chu army defeated the Qin army, Xiang Yu summoned the princes and generals. When they entered the camp gate, they all knelt forward and no one dared to look up. From now on, Xiang Yu became the general in charge of all the princes' armies, and all princes were under his control. The war between Chu and Han also began at this time. Comment. People's knowledge and opinions will change at any time due to changes in life experiences. Zhang Liang initially wanted to assassinate Qin Shi Huang and avenge South Korea. Later he learned that it was difficult to succeed, and even if he succeeded, it would not help. So he led an upright army and marched westward to destroy Qin in an open and honest manner. At first, I wanted to re-establish the Korean royal family and restore the country as kings. Later, I realized that the feudal dynasty could not be rebuilt, and the separation of heroes could not bring long-term peace and stability to the world. So I endured the pain of national subjugation and no longer thought about the restoration of Korea. Nowadays, people's knowledge and opinions are far better than before, so it is not a problem to abandon the old and start the new, even if they change their political opinions 10 times. Of course, this cannot be the case with those things that have a beginning but no end and are hesitant. And excuses for those who comply or disobey due to changes in snobbery. The early Han dynasty inherited some of the style of the Warring States period, so it had not gotten rid of the habit of appointing counselors. Li Shiqi, Lu Jia, Sui He, etc. were all eloquent people. They are more useful than 100,000 troops. The ancients compared the tip of an eloquent person's tongue with the tip of a warrior's sword. They believed that both were equally important and believed that an eloquent person was also very beneficial to the prosperity of the country. In ancient times, paper and pen and ink were not widely available, and it was inconvenient to teach people how to write. Therefore, instead of focusing on writing, they focused on speaking. The words they dictated are equivalent to the articles written with pens today. The cadences and ups and downs are not casual. Once upon a time, King Xian of Qi opened schools in Jixia and Pianqiu to recruit debaters. Prince Zhao of Liang wrote in the preface of Selected Works of Zhao. The debaters debated in Pianqiu and discussed in Jixia, talking loudly, like ice and snow. Melt. It is as endless as the rushing water of the spring, and it is as beautiful as the quality of gold and the sonorous sound of jade. This is to praise their language as being very wonderful, which makes people listen to it as if they are listening to music. Follow their thoughts unconsciously. Even the wonderful writings of later generations cannot compare with them. Zhang Liang assisted the Han dynasty and used this method to replace the warrior's sword with the tip of his tongue. I really understand the essence of it. After Liu Bang, the great ancestor of the Han dynasty, destroyed Qin, he wanted to enjoy the service of the maids in the Qin dynasty's palace. However, he had no ambitions and did not overestimate his capabilities. He was eager to block the pass to isolate the Chu army and establish himself as the king in the land of Guangzhong. To be fair, his bravery and might were not as good as Xiang Yu's, and his uprising was not as early as Qin Sheng's. However, Xiang Yu and Chen Xing failed because they did not get help from wise men. Liu Bang succeeded because he got powerful counselors. When Zhang Liang first met Liu Bang, he told him about Taigong's art of war. Later, Zhang Liang said to others, "I told others about Taigong's art of war, but no one else could understand it." Only Liu Bang was very happy after hearing this, so I gave him the command of the army. Zhang Liang did not treat Liu Bang as a holy king like he did King Tang of Shang and King Wu of Zhou, just because Liu Bang was good at accepting other people's opinions. You don't have wisdom yourself, but you can use wise people. This is much better than those who are willful. Xiang Yu had Fan Zheng but couldn't use him, and Chen Xing had a military minister who couldn't use him. This was the reason why they failed. The Battle of Julu commanded by Xiang Yu. It is also a famous battle in the history of our country. His unparalleled demeanor can be seen from this battle. Xiang Yu's skill in fighting can be compared with Napoleon's, but his talent in governing the country cannot be compared. If Napoleon had been the commander-in-chief, then after entering the customs, the overall situation of the world would have been decided long ago. How could he be trapped in Gaixia later and lose his reputation? Chapter 4: The Meeting at Hongmen. Xiang Yu arrives at Hanggu Pass. There are soldiers guarding it and no one can enter. I also heard that Pei Gong had conquered Zhang Liang and wanted to be king in Guangzhou. Xiang Yu was furious and broke through the barrier. At that time, Xiang Yu had 400,000 troops at Xinfenghongmen, now northeast of Lintong County, Xi'an Prefecture, Shaanxi Province. Pei Gong's troops are 100,000, and they are on Bahang, 40 miles away. Xiang Yu feasted on his soldiers every day in order to defeat Pei Gong's army. Storms and clouds are about to rise in a few hectares, but Pei Gong is still dreaming. The tangled roots reveal sharp weapons. At this time, you can see the methods of the ovary. Xiang Bo, Xiang Yu's father-in-law, was the son's friend in times of adversity. Today, he is Zhang Liang, an official name of Chu, in the Yu army. Hearing that Zifang was in Pei Gong's army, he went to see him at night and told him with a plan. He called him to go and said, "Don't follow me and die together." Zifang said, "I am sending Pei Gong to the king of Han. I am going to die now, it's unjust. Please treat me well." After entering the ovary, he informed Pei Gong and asked Pei Gong who was the one who planned this plan. Pei Gong said, "Some people say that I am in seclusion and cannot accept the princes, and the Qin land has all the kings, so I listened to it. Now that I have aroused the anger of King Xiang, what can I do?" At this time, the ovary was due to the arrival of Uncle Xiang. It's in the midst of a crisis that we find a way to turn things around. Pei Gong received Xiang Bo with courtesy and asked him to explain before King Xiang, and the two armies reconciled. Pei Gong then went out to see Xiang Bo and offered him wine to pray for his longevity. The ancients would offer wine to someone when they met. Add a eulogy to the well and call it Shangshou. European and American people also have this trend today. About marriage. Elder Xiang Bogu saw that Pei Gong was very courteous, so he was willing to take on the role of mediator. Pei Ping was not good at speaking in his day, but his words to Xiang Bo were so graceful. It's almost like Zifang teaches it. He said, "When I entered the pass, I didn't dare to get close in the autumn. I was registered as an official, that is, my household registration was registered in the book. I sealed the treasury and waited for the general. Therefore, I sent generals to guard the pass to prepare for thieves to come in and out. And very much look forward to the arrival of the general day and night. How dare you go against it? May Bo Gu say that I dare not betray my virtue." Xiang Bo promised and said to Pei Gong, "I must come early to thank King Xiang." Pei Gong promised it, so Xiang Bo went away at night again. The sky is high and the moon is small, there is a sound in the Bar River, and a horse rides at night, eager for sparks. As soon as the moon sets and the stars cross the horizon, and dawn comes again, clouds of formation cover the fields, and the two armies are already thin on the outskirts of the country. What a danger! This is truly a moment worth 1,000 pieces of gold. When Xiang Bo returned to the camp, he hurriedly knocked on King Xiang's tent and informed Duke Pei, saying, "Don't break the pass first, Duke Pei. How dare you enter? Nowadays, it is unjust to attack someone who has great achievements. It's better to meet him out of kindness." Xiang Yu made a promise. Bo was not a scholar, speaking and reading is like tax, and he did not have the tongue of Su, Qin, and Zhang Yi. He only traveled between Chu and Han with a sincere heart. He actually said it in one sitting. Clearing up King Xiang's doubts and pacifying King Han's army prevented Lu Zhonglian from being as good as before. During the Warring States period, Qin's soldiers surrounded Zhao and wanted to make the princes respect Qin as emperor. Lu Zhonglian came out to lobby and resolve the dispute between Qin's soldiers. But retreat. Zifang accomplishes things because of people, and his methods are clever. There are such people. Tomorrow, Pei Gong will come to see King Xiang with more than 100 horses. When he arrived at Hongmen, Xie said, "I and the general fought hard to attack Qin. The general fought in Hebei, and I fought in Hunan. However, I didn't expect that I could enter the pass first and defeat Qin. I can see the general here again." King Xiang stayed with Pei Gong to drink with him that day. King Xiang and Xiang Bo sit facing east. Yafu, Xiang Yu respects Fan Zhang as Yafu, just as Duke Huan of Qi respects Guanzhong as Zhongfu. Fan Zhang sits facing south, Pei Gong sits facing north, and Zhang Liang sits facing west. Fan Zhang was jealous of Pei Gong and wanted to kill him immediately. Hold up the jade ornaments you wear to show the king of Xiang. Ju has the same pronunciation as Ju, which makes him determined. King Xiang responded silently. Fan Zheng came out and made Xiangzhuang dance with his sword, hoping to hit Pei Gong with it. Zhuangzi enters for longevity, see note above. Bisho said, "The king is drinking with Duke Pei. There is no joy in the army, please dance with the sword." Then he drew his sword and danced. Xiangbo often covered Duke Pei with his wings, so that Zhuang could not attack him. When Zifang saw the scene at the banquet, he said to Fan Kuai, "The matter is very urgent." Xiang Zhuang drew his sword and danced, and his intention was always with Pei Gong. Kuai said, "This is urgent. Please come in and share your fate with me." Kuei then entered the army gate with a sword and a shield. The guards of the cross halberd, an ancient weapon of halberd. The guards exchanged their halberds with each other to prevent people from sneaking in, so it was called cross halberd. Fan Kuai tried to stop him but refused. Use the shield to hit the guard's ground and gain entry. Standing with the curtain on his face to the west, he looked at King Xiang with anger, his hair pointed upward, and the canthus of his eyes was completely split. King Xiang asked, "Can a strong man drink?" Kuai took advantage of the situation and said, "I will not avoid my death, so I can drink wine and say goodbye." Hu Qin has the heart of a tiger and a wolf, and everyone in the world will rebel against him. The Emperor made an appointment with the generals, defeat Qin first. Those who enter Xianyang are kings. Now Pei Gong defeated Qin first and entered Xianyang. He did not dare to get any closer. He closed the palace and returned the army to the superior, waiting for the arrival of the king. If you work hard and achieve such high results, you will not be rewarded by being a prince, but you will listen to the opinions of others and want to kill those who have made great contributions. This will lead to the destruction of the Qin dynasty. It is called the continuation of the dead Qin dynasty. Stealing is a great thing, but the king does not take it. King Xiang did not respond, so he said to sit down. Fan Kuai sat down from the ovary. After sitting for a moment, Pei Gong got up to go to the toilet, because he summoned Fan Kuai to come out. King Xiang waited for it, but he did not come for a long time, because he sent Shen Ping to summon Pei Gong. Pei Gong did not come. He ordered Zifang to stay and thank him, and then fled back to Ba Shang. Before leaving, he said to Zifang, "The road from here to our army is only 20 miles away. When I get to the army, the Duke will enter." As Zifang said, he thanked Zifang and said, "Pei Gong is too drunk to drink, and he can't say anything in front of me. I'm sorry. The envoy would like to present a white jade. Then bow at the feet of your majesty. I will give you a piece of jade, and then offer it to the general." The general calls him Fan Zheng. King Xiang asked Pei where the public security officer was, and Zifang said, "I heard that the king intends to supervise him, that is, to supervise and blame him for his mistakes, so he went away alone, has arrived in the army." Such a dangerous situation of life and death was over in a day and night. Although Pei Gong was alert and Fan Kuai was brave, those who secretly took the initiative were actually Zifang. Criticize. When Pei Gong entered the pass, he wanted to be the king, relying on the fact that the righteous emperor had made the agreement first. Then he is calm and has no doubts. However, when the two countries interact, power must be the most important thing. Treaties and axioms are all the talk of a powerful country bullying others. Is it enough to rely on it? From the beginning to the end of the Hongmen incident, Pei Gong never mentioned the Old Testament of Emperor Yi, which is really a clue. Pei Gong's plan to seclude himself from Chu, why didn't Zifang mock it beforehand, but wait for remediation afterward? However, when it comes to the question of who in the Zifu is planning for the king, we do not know what Pei Gong does. When Zhuge Gong was in the army, he did everything personally. Such a major military and national event, but the ovary does not know about it, how sparse it is. However, at this time, Zifang was in the position of guest master and was not as responsible as Zhuge Gong. Historically, it was said that the ovary often complained of illness and could not get out of the illness. It is known that although the Duke was away in the military, he often closed his door and practiced quiet. His mind was relaxed, which was different from Zhuge Gong, who had little food and was troubled by things. During the Qin and Han dynasties, the Xiang family in Pengcheng had many talents. The military exploits of Liang and you have undoubtedly illuminated the annals of history. And the one I love is Xiang Bo. It is righteous to hide the ovary in Shepi. He is a chivalrous person who cuts the enemy's head with his own hands. When he heard that Xiang Yu wanted to defeat Pei Gong's army, he never forgot his old friend and rushed to rescue him. After Pei Gong confessed, he generously appointed Lu Zhonglian as his own. Yu's words can also be summarized. At the Hongmen banquet, there is no need for any force. Just use your body and wings to cover yourself. It has made Pei public security as strong as Mount Tai. Bodong ranked first in the contribution to the prosperity of the Han dynasty. Although Xiang Yu whined and shouted, he always obeyed the words of his elders. When Liang envoys learn, he learns. When he is warned not to lie, he means not to lie. When Liang is defeated by Qin, Yu always has the ambition to take revenge. Hongmen swears master, Zheng'er is furious. Hearing the uncle's words, he is a handsome, upright, sincere and bloody man. When the ovary meets Uncle Xiang, he seeks life from him. However, as long as people know each other well on weekdays, they can support each other with sincerity and gallbladder. There are people in the world who are driven by snobbery and do not hesitate to sell their friends in order to seek glory. Zifang's straightforward entrustment is the way to know people's wisdom, and Xiang Bo's conduct as a person is even more important. Fan Zheng was loyal to the Xiang family and had no other lofty plans, so he just wanted to kill Pei Gong impromptu. His knowledge is as crude as that of a boy in the ovary. However, it was carried out during the banquet, and its mysterious methods were repeated under the ovary. Xiang Yu should not respond and allow him to escape and return to Ba Shang, then he can still maintain his general character. How could it be defeated by Wujiang River? And blame it on the constant flow of the day? Xiang Yu led the army to Hanga Pass. There was an army guard, but he was unable to enter the pass. I also heard news that Liu Bang had captured Zhang and wanted to become king in Guangzhou. Xiang Yu became furious. So he led his army to break through the barrier and enter. At this time, Xiang Yu had 400,000 troops and was stationed at Xinfeng Hongmen, now northeast of Tong County, Xi'an, Shaanxi. Liu Bang had 100,000 troops and was stationed at Bahang. The distance between the two armies was only 40 miles. Xiang Yu ordered the soldiers to have a full meal the next morning in preparation for defeating Liu Bang. The storm of war will arise in an instant, but Liu Bang still seems to be in a dream and has no idea. Only the intricate connections can reflect the sharpness of the utensils. At this time, we can see Zhang Liang's Superman strategy. Xiang Bo is Xiang Yu's uncle. He was once a close friend of Zhang Liang. Now he serves as Zui Yin, an official name in Chu State, equivalent to Zhou Prime Minister, in Xiang Yu's army. He heard that Zhang Liang was in Liu Bang's army, so he rushed to Liu Bang's camp overnight to see Zhang Liang, told him Xiang Yu's plan, and persuaded him to leave with him. He said, "Don't be killed with the king of Han." Zhang Liang replied, "I promised the king of Han to send Liu Bang to pass, but now that Pei Gong is in great danger, it is unjust for me to flee. Please wait for me while I go tell Pei Gong about this." Zhang Liang entered Liu Bang's tent, told Liu Bang what happened, and asked Liu Bang, "Who made this plan for him?" Liu Bang said, "Someone once told me that if I guard Hanggu Pass and prevent other princes from coming in, all the territory of the Qin state can be made king for me, so I listened to him. Now because of this, King Xiang is angry. What to do?" At this time, Zhang Liang, because of the news brought by Xiang Bo, came up with a way out of the crisis. He asked Liu Bang to meet Xiang Bo with high standards of etiquette. Xiang Bo asked him to help him explain the misunderstanding in front of Xiang Yu, and the two armies lived in peace. Liu Bang followed Zhang Liang's suggestion, went to see Xiang Bo in front of the tent, and offered him fine wine, people in ancient times would. There is a custom of offering wine and praising each other, which is called shangshou. Nowadays, people in Western countries also have this custom, and make an appointment with the in-laws. Xiang Bo was an elder. Seeing that Liu Bang treated him with great courtesy, he agreed to Liu Bang's offer. Willing to mediate conflicts between the two parties. Liu Bang was usually not good at words, but why were his words to Xiang Bo so tactful and pleasant? It turned out that Zhang Liang taught him this. Lu Bang said to Xiang Bo, "Since I entered the pass, not daring to contaminate any property, I registered the official and civilian household registration, that is, registering the population in the household registration book, and sealed the treasury to wait for the arrival of the general." The reason for sending officers and soldiers to guard Hanggu Pass. It is to prevent the entry and exit of thieves and unexpected changes. I am looking forward to the arrival of the general day and night. How dare I rebel against King Xiang? I hope you will explain to King Xiang in detail. I will not be ungrateful. Xiang Bo agreed and said to Lu Bang, "You have to come early tomorrow to apologize to King Xiang." Lu Bang agreed. So Xiang Bo hurried back overnight. The sky was high and the moon was bright, and the water was gurgling. Xiang Bo was galloping all the way, like a meteor flashing past in the sky. Once the moon sets and the stars slant. When the sun rises in the east, the army will be deployed on the field, and the two armies will fight in the wilderness. How dangerous! Now is really a golden moment. Xiang Bo returned to the camp and hurriedly entered King Xiang's tent. He conveyed Lu Bang's words to Xiang Yu in detail, and therefore said, "How dare you come in if Lu Bang doesn't attack Guanzhong first? It's unkind for you to attack someone now that he has great achievements. Why don't you take the opportunity to entertain him in a friendly way?" King Xiang agreed. Xiang Bo was not a lobbyist, speaking of pronunciation tax, and he was not as eloquent as Su Qin and Zhang Yi. He just used a sincere heart to run between King Xiang of Chu and Lu Bang, King of Han. Finally, with this explanation, King Xiang's suspicion was gone. It made the King of Han safe, so that even Lu Zhonglian in the Warring States period could not enjoy his reputation alone. During the Warring States period, Qin's army trapped Zhao State, forcing other vassal states to respect Qin as their emperor. It was Lu Zhonglian who come forward to lobby and solve problems. It was only through persuasion that Qin state retreated its troops. Zhang Liang borrowed the hands of others to accomplish his own affairs, and his methods were flexible and ingenious to this extent. At dawn the next day, Lu Bang led more than 100 horses to see Xiang Yu. After arriving at Hongmen, Lu Bang apologized to Xiang Yu and said, "The general and I joined forces to attack Qin. The general fought north of the Yellow River and I fought south of the Yellow River. However, I myself did not expect that I could defeat the Qin army and enter the pass first, and then see him here again. General." King Xiang left Lu Bang to drink that day. Xiang Yu and Xiang Bo sat facing east. Yafu, Xiang Yu respectfully called Fanzing Yafu, just like Duke Huan of Qi respectfully called Guanzhong Zhongfu. Fanzing sat facing south, Lu Bang sat facing north, and Zhang Liang sat facing west. Fanzeng was afraid of Lu Bang and wanted to kill Lu Bang at the banquet. He raised the jade ju he was carrying and signaled Xiang Yu to take action many times. Zhu Tong used this signal to make Xiang Yu make up his mind. Xiang Yu remained silent and did not respond. Fanzeng got up and went out, and asked Xiang Zhuang to dance with his sword in the tent to entertain him, hoping to kill Lu Bang. After Xiang Zhuang entered the tent, he toasted Lu Bang. See the previous note for details. After the toast, he said, "The king and Pei Gong are drinking. There is nothing to entertain you in the military camp. Please let me entertain you with my sword dance." So he drew his sword and started dancing. Xiang Bo also drew his sword and danced with him, and often used his own body to cover Lu Bang, so Xiang Zhuang had no chance to attack. Zhang Liang saw that the atmosphere at the banquet was so tense, so he stood up and went to the door and said to Fan Kuai, "The situation at the banquet is very critical." Now Xiang Zhuang draws his sword and dances. His eyes often fall on Pei Gong and want to kill Pei Gong. Fan Kuai said, "This is so urgent. Please let me go in and fight them hard." After Fan Kuai finished speaking, he entered the military gate with a sword and a shield. The military gate guards exchanged halberds. Halberds were weapons of soldiers in ancient times. The guards exchanged their own halberds with each other to prevent people from sneaking in. Wanting to stop him from entering, Fan Kuai raised his shield and knocked the guard to the ground before entering. He opened the curtain and stood facing west, staring at Xiang Yu with his hair standing straight and his eye sockets looking like they were about to burst. Xiang Yu said, "Strong man. Can I drink alcohol?" Fan Kuai took the opportunity and said, "I'm not afraid of death, so a glass of wine is not worth turning down." The king of Qin had a heart as cruel as a tiger or a wolf, so all the people in the world betrayed him. Emperor Yi made an agreement with the generals. The first person to defeat the Qin army and enter Xianyang will be crowned king. Now Pei Gong first defeated the Qin army and entered Xianyang. He did not dare to use anything, closed the palace, and then retreated and took over, waiting for the arrival of the king. Such hard work pays off. But you did not get the reward of being a prince. Instead, you listened to the villain's slander and wanted to kill the meritorious people. This is just a continuation of the destruction of Qin. I think your majesty should not take this approach. King Xiang did not respond and only said, "Sit down." Fan Kuai sat down next to Zhang Liang. After sitting for a while, Lu Bang got up and went to the toilet, taking the opportunity to call Fan Kuai out. King Xiang waited for a long time, but did not see Lu Bang come back, so he sent Captain Chen Ping to call Lu Bang. Lu Bang did not come. He asked Zhang Liang to stay and apologize, and he escaped from the trail back to Bahang. Before leaving, Lu Bang said to Zhang Liang, "It's only 20 miles from this road to our military camp. I guess I'll go back to the military camp and you can go in again." Zhang Liang followed Lu Bang's words. Entering the tent, he apologized to Xiang Yu and said, "Pei Gong is too drunk to say goodbye to you in person. Please let me offer you a pair of white jade stones as a tribute to the king and a pair of jade stones as a tribute to the general." The general refers to Fanzang. King Xiang asked, "Where is Pei Gong now?" Zhang Liang said, "I heard that the king intended to blame him, so he left alone and returned to the military camp." In this way, the crisis of life and death was resolved overnight. Among them, there are Lu Bang's alertness and Fan Kuai's bravery. But it was Zhang Liang who secretly took the initiative and made the plans. Comment. After Lu Bang entered the pass, he wanted to claim the throne in the pass. He relied on the agreement made by Emperor Yi before. This way he could feel at ease without any doubts and worries. However, when the two countries intersect, strength is the most important thing. Those treaties and axioms are just means used by powerful countries to deceive others. How can it be a guarantee? Liu Bang's Hongmen banquet from beginning to end. They didn't mention the agreement made by Emperor Yi before, but they were still aware of themselves. Liu Bang's plan to block Hanggu Pass to prevent the Chu army from entering. Why didn't Zhang Liang propose it before the incident happened, but had to remedy it after the fact? However, seeing Zhang Liang ask Liu Bang who came up with the idea, we can know that he did not know about the plan beforehand. Zhuge Liang personally handled all matters in the army, big and small. Zhang Liang didn't know about such a major military event. What an oversight. But at this time, Zhang Liang was just Liu Bang's guest and could not work full-time like Zhuge Liang. There are records in history that Zhang Liang often claimed to be ill and stayed at home. It can be seen from this. Although Zhang Liang was in the army, he often spent a lot of time meditating behind closed doors, and his spirit and interests were in a state of idleness. This was originally different from Zhuge Liang's situation where he was busy with everything he had to do and forgot to eat and sleep. Between Qin and Han dynasties, the Xiang clan in Pengsheng indeed produced many geniuses. The military exploits of Zhang Liang and Xiang Yu have already shown in the annals of history. But what I personally admire is Xiang Bo. When he was in Shepi, he helped Zhang Liang hide, which was benevolent and righteous. Taking off the enemy's head with one's own hands is chivalrous. When he heard that Xiang Yu was going to send troops to attack Liu Bang, he did not forget his friends and hurried to rescue him. After hearing Liu Bang's explanation, he thought of himself as Liu Zhonglian and shouldered the head boldly. Responsibility for mediation. What Xiang Bo said to Xiang Yu was also general. At the Hongmen banquet, he did not use any force and used his own body as a barrier, and then Liu Bang was as safe as Mount Tai. Contributed to the establishment of the Han dynasty. Xiang Bo should be ranked first. Although Xiang Yu is all-powerful, he also obeys the advice of his elders. Xiang Liang asked him to study, so he studied, warned him not to talk nonsense, and he stopped talking nonsense, after Xiang Liang was killed by the Qin army. Xiang Yu wanted to avenge him. Hongmen pledged his loyalty to him. It was when he was furious, but after listening to Xiang Bo's words, he calmed down his anger and became upright. He was indeed a real bloody man. Zhang Liang met Xiang Bo. He sought a way out of Xiang Bo to avoid Qin Shi Huang's pursuit. However, only people who know each other very well can treat each other with sincerity and trust each other with their lives. The world is seduced by external interests. There are many people who are willing to betray their friends in order to gain glory and wealth. Zhang Liang entrusted his life to Xiang Bo without hesitation, which reflected his ability to know people, and Xiang Bo's conduct was even more worthy of respect. Fan Zheng was loyal to the Xiang clan and had no lofty ambitions. He just wanted to kill Liu Bang at the banquet for pleasure. His simple eyes were the same as Zhang Liang's when he was young. But his behavior at the banquet. His secretive methods are several levels worse than Zhang Liang's. Xiang Yu did not respond to his killing of Liu Bang and allowed Liu Bang to escape back to Bahang, which shows that he still has a certain view of the overall situation. How could the subsequent defeat of Wujiang be avoided? Is it due to lack of decisiveness at the time? Chapter 5: The relationship between Han and China. In Aesop's fable, a lion hunts with other beasts and gets a deer. All other beasts are happy, thinking that the lion will share it equally. Nashi said, "The head is what I like, and the belly is what I want. If anyone touches its tail, please taste my foot." So all the beasts retreated silently. Pei Gong and Xiang Wang jointly attacked Qin, and the result was the same. But the meeting at Hongmen had already been explained, but they violated the agreement, causing the princes to feel bad. The conspiracy said, "The people who moved to Qin, called guilty people, on the dangerous Bashu road all lived in Yen. Moreover, Bashu also belongs to the Guangzhou region. Sichuan province now belongs to the Yangtze River basin. During the Han Dynasty, the navigation route of the Yangtze River was not accessible, and all travel to and from central Sichuan took the false route to Shaanxi, so its area also belonged to Guangzhou. Therefore, Pei Gong was made king of Han and king of Bashu. The king of Han gave the ovary 100 taels of gold, 20 taels is also called 100 and 2,000 taels, and 2 buckets of pearls as a reward for his service. The Zifu is dedicated to Xiang Bo, and the envoys invite Hanzhong to come to the Han king. King Xiang promised it, and the king of Han came to the country. Zifang's original intention was to restore Korea and fulfill his patriotism. Now we see that the violent Qin has fallen, and the old princes of various countries have all returned to their countries, thinking that the world will be at peace from now on. The situation in which the 7 heroes of Zhou and Ji stood side by side will be seen again at the time of Chu and Han. Little did he know that times were different. Things have changed. Is there any history of printing plates in ancient and modern times? When the king of Han arrived in the country, the ovary was sent to Baozhong, southeast of Xiangqing County, Hanzhong Prefecture, Shaanxi today, where he shook hands and said goodbye. Things have changed. Is there any history of printing plates in ancient and modern times? When the king of Han arrived in the country, the ovary was sent to Baozhong, southeast of Xiangqing County, Hanzhong Prefecture, Shaanxi today, where he shook hands and said goodbye. The king of Han couldn't bear it, and Zifang said, "I've sent you thousands of miles away, but I'll see you again. I have a secret message, and I'll tell it to the king." King Xiang drove the king here to express his suspicion. Why doesn't the king burn down all the plank roads he passes to show that the world has no intention of repaying, in order to solidify the king's will? The king of Han thought so. When the ovary returned, he burned it to death. When the ovary reached Han, King Xiang did not allow the king of Han to succeed in the country, and he killed him. At that time, King Tian Rong of Qi rebelled against Chu. King Xiang was about to attack him, but he was worried that King Han would attack him. Zifang Nai said, "The king of Han burned down the plank road, and he has no intention of returning it." King Xiang still didn't dare to believe it, so in the middle of the pass, Wang Qin surrendered his generals to resist the king of Han, and then sent his troops east to attack Qi. Zifang saw that Korea had no hope of re-emergence. King Xiang went east, and the pass was empty, and there was an opportunity to take advantage of it. After being exiled and returned to the Han dynasty, the emperor and his subjects were reunited, and it was understandable that they were overjoyed. The plan to attack Chu was decided. The king of Han granted him the title of Marquis of Qingxin. The first year of Han dynasty. History regards the 10th month of Emperor Gaozu's reign as the first year of the Han dynasty. Because the Qin dynasty regarded 10th month as the first year of the year, it was also the 5th month of the Republic of China, 2117 BC. That is, Xiang Yu granted him the title of King Yongzhang of the surrendered general of Qin, and Sima king of Hansai. Xian Zhai Wangdong Yi also. When the king of Han entered Shu, all the generals and soldiers sang songs and thought of returning eastward, and many died. Han Xian, the commander-in-chief of Suzhou, also died. Shao He chased him back. Because he recommended him to the king of Han, he said, "If you want to conquer the world, you must believe." So the king of Han set up an altar and worshipped him as a general. The letter advised the king of Han to make the decision to go eastward, compete with Xiang Yu for the world, and present a plan to merge the three Qin dynasties. The king of the Han dynasty decided on the three Qin dynasty. When you heard about it, he wanted to return it. Zifang's suicide note said, the Han wanted to capture Guangzhou, but they stopped as promised and did not dare to return to the east. You believed this, so he had no intention of returning from the west, and attacked Qi from the north. Xiang Yu was also a native of Suqian, Shuzhou, known as Pengcheng in Chu. The former entered the pass. In view of the general situation, it was appropriate to move to the former residence of Qin. Block mountains and rivers to establish the capital. When you saw that all the palaces of Qin were burned down, he said, wealth and honor do not return to their hometown, but they travel at night like fine clothes. Then he returned to the capital Pengcheng. The hometown of King Han was Pei, now part of Shuzhou, which was in the same area as King Xiang. His parents and wife are all here. Today, Xiang Yu is in the north, and he has troops from 5 princes, totaling 560,000 people, entering Pengcheng to collect his treasures, beauties, and have a banquet at Hyoki. When King Xiang heard about it, he immediately ordered all the generals to attack together, and he sent 30,000 elite troops to fight back against the Han. The Han army was defeated and returned to Suishui. Surround the king of Han 3 times. Suddenly a strong wind came from the northwest, breaking off the wood of the house and making the paintings dim. The king of Han had to escape with dozens of riders. The king of Han wanted to compete with Xiang Yu for the world, but none of the princes in Guangdong belonged to Han. The general trend of the world is moving towards Chu. It's certainly not like the Warring States period. The 6 countries were in charge of their own affairs. Qin used a corner of Guangdong to plot his plans, instigate princes, and establish alliances with Qin, which had the effect of annexation. Therefore, his old son's family was very familiar with it, and the plan of collusion had to be seen again between Chu and Han. Criticize. Shu is famous for its dangerous mountains and rivers. Communication with China began during the Qin dynasty. When we consider the reason for its passage, we have to obey the wisdom of our ancestors. King Hui of Qin wanted to attack Shu, but he had no way to go. The stone was carved with 5 heads of oxen, and gold was placed at the back. I lied that this cow can make gold from shit, so I left it to Shu. The king of Shu was greedy and believed it, so he ordered 5 men to lead the ox together. Cutting mountains and cutting valleys lead to Chengdu. Qin then searched for a road to attack it, so it was named the Stone Cow Road. Or they may call it absurd and not consider it a civilized nation. Often easy to bully. In the past, Greece led an allied army to attack Troy, an ancient country in Asia Minor. After a 10-year siege, they could not be defeated. On the West Road, they pretended to retreat and secretly ambush the soldiers in the wooden horses. When the Tuoluo people saw it, they thought it was a gift from heaven. Drag it into the city. The city gate was too narrow to accommodate horses, so they broke the gate and entered. At night, an ambush was launched, and the enemy took advantage of it. The city gate was not guarded, so the thunder was destroyed. This is exactly the same as what happened to Qin and Shu. Bashu is also the most dangerous place. Since the beginning of history, those who live in Bashu have only experienced partial peace. There is no one who can enter the Central Plains and compete for the world. The Han dynasty was able to recharge its batteries and take advantage of Xiang Yu's unpreparedness to seize Guangzhou and use it as a base, then move eastward to fight for the world. Like the story of Qin, the whole plot lies in capturing the land of Hanzhong. Those from Hanzhong. The throat of Qin and Shu. If you take Baoxia, you will enter Xi'an, now called Beijian, and if you take Jinyo, you will enter Chengdu, now called Nanzhan. If this place does not belong to the Han dynasty, it will always be trapped among the barbarians. The chief of the pavilion in Sishang is no more than a king of Nanyue. However, he is the one who wins Hanzhong. The ovary is also. When Xiang Yu didn't pay attention, he only got it with 100 of gold and 2 pearls. His sharp vision and far-reaching knowledge are beyond the reach of ordinary people. There is a Taoist saying, if you want to take something, you must hold it firmly. Xifang persuaded the Han dynasty to burn down the plank road, saying that he would not believe it, that is, he wanted to use the technique of solidifying it. He Jingming's Yong De Ji, there are 4 exits on the plank road. What comes out of Qinghe and Jiawen is the Tazhong and Yinping roads, from which Deng Ai conquered Shu. What comes out of Liangdang is the old road. Emperor Gao of the Han dynasty used it to attack Qinsong. Those who left from Bao and Feng were the Lianyan Plank Road, and those from Nanjing of the Han dynasty used it. Those who left from Qinggu and Yangxian County were the Shieluo Road, and Wuho's garrison on the Wei River was connected to it. Chu Dan said, the Liangdang Road is what the proverb calls the plank road built in the Ming dynasty. Those who crossed Qinsong secretly are closely related to the Shu Han dynasty. The disaster of feudalism began in the spring and autumn period and reached its peak in the Warring States period. Confucian scholars in the Song and Ming dynasties misread ancient books and admired the feudal style, thinking that the 3 generations were in the wrong direction. Their knowledge all came from under the ovary. The ovary after returning to Korea. Seeing that Xiang Yu was destroyed, there was another chance for Li Shi and his desire for Gaozu to re-establish the 6 kingdoms. When the ovary hears it, it should be happy but not sleepy. He cancelled the seal and discussed it, for fear of not being able to do it. Guy couldn't bear to see the situation between Qin, Mu, and Chu again, and trapped the people in water and fire. Therefore, it is better to sacrifice half of his life's ideas than to be attached to anything. In the world, there are those who use the welfare of the country and the people as a slogan, and conspire to destroy the unified situation for their own selfish interests. Looking at this, they can abandon it and return. Han Xian was originally from Huayin. When he first became a commoner, he was poor and had no business. Those who are not allowed to be elected as officials, who cannot manage merchants' business, who live in other people's homes, and who are disliked by many people. Several months later, he went to the pavilion chief's house to eat. A few months later, the pavilion chief's wife fell ill and started cooking. When Han Xian arrived, there was no food left and there was no more food. I know what it means. The anger is gone. But there was a floating mother outside the city, who took pity on her and ate her. After several years of ups and downs, he finally returned to the Han dynasty. He became a captain and worshipped the general, and his death established the Han dynasty. Duke Xiao's appreciation is beyond reach. Those who don't know think that Han Xian developed his talents as a general while wandering around as a young man. I doubt that heroes are born from heaven. However, being able to comment on the forum, have an insight into the current situation, defend the formation against the water, and be able to use the art of war is certainly not unlearned and unskilled. He is also a person who hunts for the title of prince when encountering the situation. There is space in the book, and later generations will never see the joys and sorrows of learning. There have never been heroes who did not learn. Qin Shi Huang was in the world and wanted to spread his legacy to all generations. Zhang Liang was the home of the emperor, and he spared no expense in running it. Look at the greatness of Afang, the grandness of the corridor, the tallness of the golden figures, and the solidity of the copper pillars. He is courageous and heroic, and has quite a European and American concept. Since ancient times, the prosperity of building a city and a capital has never been greater than this. When Xiang Yu saw it, he set a torch, and the fire stopped in March. For 3 generations, the princes of the 6 countries and the elites of successive generations have all disappeared. Everyone knows that the first emperor scorned the ancients, but they don't know that Xiang Yu's crime was particularly serious. A certain kind of times has its own methods suitable for the times. During the Warring States period, the various countries competed with each other and united vertically and horizontally. Combined vertically and horizontally. This is the best way to deal with the competition between countries. Today, European and American countries regard vertical and horizontal alliances as progressive and equal opportunities as conservative. Our country has been unified for a long time since the Qin and Han dynasties. The art of integrating vertical and horizontal lines has not been discussed for a long time, so many negotiations have failed. Although the countries of today are not the countries of the Warring States period, they can bully with words and words. They must first have strength, and then they can manipulate or deceive. In Aesop's fable, it is recorded that a lion hunted with other beasts and hunted a deer. The other beasts were very happy and thought that the lion would distribute it fairly, but the lion said, "The head is what I like, and the body is also what I want." If anyone touches its tail, please taste me first. The advantages and disadvantages of claws. Then all the beasts retreated silently. Liu Bang and King Xiang attacked Qin together, and the result was probably the same. However, at the Hongmen meeting, the two parties had reconciled, and Xiang Yu was unwilling to violate the peace treaty. I am afraid that this will cause resentment among the princes. So Xiang Yu secretly thought, the roads in the two counties of Bashu and Bashu are dangerous. During the Qin dynasty, the guilty people were exiled and lived here, and Ba and Shu are also considered the territory of Guangzhong. During the Han dynasty, the navigation route in the Yangtze River basin in Sichuan province was not opened, and all traffic detoured through Shaanxi, so this section was also called Guangzhong. So he named Liu Bang the king of Han and ruled the land of Bashu. The king of Han gave Zhang Liang 2,000 taels of gold. 20 liang is approximately equal to 1 E, and 100 E is equivalent to 2,000 taels. 2 buckets of pearls were used to reward his merits. Zhang Liang gave these to Xiang Bo and asked him to ask Xiang Yu to grant the land of Hanzhong to the king of Han. Xiang Yu agreed. So the king of Han went to his fiefdom. Zhang Liang initially wanted to restore Korea to fulfill his patriotism. Now we see that the violent Qin has been destroyed, and the previous princes of various countries have also restored their national titles. I thought the world would be peaceful from now on. However, the situation of the 7 heroes competing for hegemony in the Eastern Zhou dynasty and the Warring States period was once again staged on the historical stage of Chu and Han. Knowing that the times are different, the way of doing things will be different. From ancient times to the present, there is no history that is as imprinted as the template. The king of Han went to his territory, and Zhang Liang was sent to Baozhong, now southeast of Xiangqing County, Hanzhong Prefecture, Shaanxi, and then the two shook hands and said goodbye. Liu Bang was reluctant to say goodbye to Zhang Liang, and Zhang Liang said, "Seeing you thousands of miles away, there will be a farewell in the end. I secretly have an idea that I should tell King Han. King Xiang's enfeoffment of you here clearly shows his suspicion of you. King of Han, why don't you just burn down all the plank roads leading to Shu? How about telling the world that you have no intention of coming back to eliminate Xiang Yu's concerns?" The king of Han followed Zhang Liang's advice and burned all the plank roads after Zhang Liang left. Zhang Liang returned to Korea. But Xiang Yu did not allow Han Wangcheng to restore his country's title, and soon killed Han Wangcheng. At that time, King Tian Rong of Qi rebelled against Chu. Xiang Yu wanted to send troops to attack him, but he was worried that Liu Bang would attack his rear. So Zhang Liang said. The king of Han burned down all the plank roads and had no intention of coming back. Xiang Yu was still hesitant and didn't dare to believe it, so he divided the Guangzhong land into 3 parts and gave them to 3 surrendered generals of the Qin dynasty to contain Liu Bang. And he led his troops eastward to attack Qi. Zhang Liang saw that Korea had no hope of regaining the country. Xiang Yu went east to attack Qi again, and the troops in Guangzhong were weak, so the king of Han had an opportunity to take advantage of it. So Zhang Liang returned to the king of Han after many twists and turns. Once the monarch and his ministers, who were as close as fish and water, reunited again, one can imagine the joy involved. This was how the plan to conquer Chu was made. Liu Bang, king of Han Dynasty, granted Zhang Liang the title of Marquis of Qingxin. The first year of the Han Dynasty, historically, it was called the first year of the Han Dynasty when Liu Bang, the emperor of the Han Dynasty, came to Bahang, because the Qin Dynasty used October as the beginning of the year, which was 206 BC, in May. Liu Bang, the king of Han, led his troops back to Guangzhou from the original route and pacified the three Qin dynasties. The three Qin dynasties were the generals Yong Wangzhang, King Sima of Hansai, and King Dong Yi of Xindi, whom Xiang Yufeng wanted to surrender to the Qin dynasty at that time. Liu Bang, the king of Han, led his troops back to Guangzhou from the original route and pacified the three Qin dynasties. The three Qin dynasties were the generals Yong Wangzhang, King Sima of Hansai, and King Dong Yi of Xindi, whom Xiang Yufeng wanted to surrender to the Qin dynasty at that time. When the army of Han King Liu Bang entered Sichuan, the soldiers all sang songs of homesickness. They wanted to return eastward and go home, so many of them ran away on the way. Daosu is a person who accompanied them, someone who did not want to go to a desolate place like Shu and fled halfway. Han Xian, the commander in charge of grain and grass management, also fled. After Shao He learned about it, he chased him back and recommended him to the king of Han, saying, "If you want to conquer the world, you cannot do without Han Xian." So the king of Han fasted and bathed and opened an altar. Worshipping Han Xian as a general, Han Xian persuaded the king of Han to go east and compete with Xiang Yu for the world, and presented a good plan to win over the three surrendered generals of the Qin dynasty. The king of Han agreed, and the three Qin dynasties were pacified. After Xiang Yu learned the news, "I want to come back right away." Zhang Liang wrote a letter to deceive Xiang Yu, saying, "The king of Han wants to get to Guangzhou, just as agreed in the previous contract, and then he will stop. He dare not go east again." Xiang Yu believed it, so he gave up the idea of returning to the west. Turn to the north and continue to attack Qi. Xiang Yu was a native of Suqian, Shuzhou, Pengcheng during the Chu kingdom. The last time he entered the pass, considering the situation at that time, he should have relied on the dangerous terrain of the Qin dynasty's hometown surrounded by mountains and rivers to make it the capital. But Xiang Yu saw that all the palaces of the Qin dynasty had been burned down, so he said, "Not returning to your hometown after glory and wealth is like walking at night wearing gorgeous clothes." So he returned to Pengcheng and designated his hometown as the capital. The hometown of Liu Bang, king of Han dynasty, was in Peixian County, now part of Shuzhou, and he was from the same hometown as Xiang Yu. His parents, wife and children are all here. Now while Xiang Yu was still attacking Tianrong, Liu Bang ordered Zhang Er, king of Changshan, Shenyang, king of Hunan, Wangchang of Han, King Bao of Wei and King Xian of Yin led 5 princes with 560,000 troops and marched directly to Pengcheng, the capital of Chu. They collected treasures and beauties and held wine and banquets all day long. When Xiang Yu heard that Pengcheng had fallen, he ordered his generals to continue the attack on Qi. And he immediately led 30,000 elite troops back to Pengcheng to attack Liu Bang. Liu Bang was defeated and led his army back to Suishui. Xiang Yu surrounded Liu Bang 3 times. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from the northwest, and the branches were broken. The roofs were also overturned. Although it was daytime, it was like night. The king of Han was able to escape with dozens of people. Liu Bang wanted to compete with Xiang Yu for the world, but none of the princes in the Guangdong area attached themselves to the king of Han. The general trend of the world. They are all towards Chu state. It was not like the Warring States period, when the 6 kingdoms were independent of each other. The Qin state relied on the small area of Guangdong to manage and plan, and cultivated relationships among the princes, so that they were horizontally connected with Qin. The results of the merger have been achieved. This is where Zhang Liang made his foresight, and the strategy of combining vertical and horizontal forces had to appear again between Chu and Han. Comment. Sichuan and Sichuan have always been famous for their steep mountains. It was only during the Qin dynasty that it began to be connected with the Yellow River Basin. After researching the reasons why it is connected with the Central Plains region, we have to admire the ingenuity of our ancestors. At that time, King Qin Hui wanted to conquer Shu, but there was no way to pass. So people carved 5 cows out of stone, put gold behind the cows' butts, lied that these cows could pull out gold, and gave these cows to Shu. The king of Shu believed the rumors because he was greedy for money. So he sent 5 strong men to pull the 5 stone cows. They dug mountains and filled valleys and brought the 5 stone cows to Chengdu. King Qin Hui followed this road to conquer Shu and called it the Stone Ox Road. Some people may say that this is ridiculous, but they do not know that uncivilized peoples are often the easiest to be deceived. In the past, the Greeks led an allied army to attack the Tros, now Asia Minor, and besieged the Tros for 10 years. It can never be conquered. So the Western allies pretended to withdraw their troops and quietly hid the soldiers in the bellies of the Trojan horses outside the city. When the Tualuo people saw these wooden horses, they thought they were given by gods, so they wanted to bring the wooden horses into the city. Because the city gate was narrow, the wooden horse could not enter, so the Tualuo people destroyed the city gate and pulled the wooden horse into the city. At night, the soldiers ambushed inside the wooden horse launched an attack at the same time, and the Greek army also took the opportunity to attack and captured the city gate. Finally, the Tualuo kingdom was destroyed. This is exactly the same as King Hui of Qin fooling the people of Shu. Bashu is an isolated place. Since the beginning of the officialdom, those who have occupied Bashu have only been able to settle in a small corner, and no one has entered the Central Plains to strive for hegemony. The king of Han was able to recharge his troops here, and when Xiang Yu was unprepared, he easily occupied Guangdong and used Guangdong as his base, and then expanded eastward to compete for the world. Just like the Qin state in the past. The key to its ability to unify the country lies in its possession of Hanzhong. Hanzhong is like the throat of the Qin dynasty and the Shu kingdom. You can reach Xi'an by taking the Baoxia Road, now called Beijian, and you can reach Xi'an by taking the Jinmiu Road, now called Nanjian. Then you can enter Chengdu. If this place is not in the hands of the Han king, it will fall into the hands of ethnic minorities for a long time. In this way, Liu Bang is just like the king of South Vietnam. However, The person who won Hanzhong for him was Zhang Liang. When Xiang Yu wasn't paying attention, he acquired the land with only 2,000 taels of gold and 24 pearls. Zhang Liang's sharp vision and long-term perspective are indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. There is a saying in Taoism, if you want to get something, you must give something first. Zhang Liang advised Liu Bang to burn down all the plank roads to express the message to Xiang Yu that he would not come back, which is the strategy of giving first. During the Ming dynasty, He Jingming recorded in Yongde Ji that the plank road can lead to 4 directions. Walking from the direction of Qinghe and Jiuan, you can reach Tazhong and Yinping areas. This is the road Deng Ai took when he destroyed Shu. Walking from the direction of Liangdang County, you can reach the old road. This is where Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty walked when he attacked Qinsong. Walking from the direction of Baoxian County and Fengxian County, you can reach the current Lianyan Plank Road. This is where the king of Han walked when he went to Nanjing. Walking from the direction of Qinggu County and Yangxian County, you can reach the Lianyan Plank Road now. Luo Dao. This is where Zhuge Liang stationed his army at Weisheng. Chu Dan of the Qing dynasty said, Liang Dengdao is the path referred to in the proverb, build the plank road in the bright and cross the Qinsong secretly. It has a huge effect on the Shu Han. The disaster of feudal society. It began in the spring and autumn period and reached its peak in the Warring States period. Confucian scholars in the Song and Ming dynasties misunderstood the meaning of ancient books, and still lamented and envied the feudal ideology of loyalty to the emperor. They believed that this was the ultimate development of the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. None of them are as knowledgeable as Zhang Liang. After Zhang Liang restored Korea, he was destroyed by Xiang Yu soon after. Later, Li Shiqi wanted to persuade Liu Bang to regain the chance of becoming king after establishing the 6 kingdoms. Zhang Liang heard the news. He should be too happy to sleep. However, he hurriedly destroyed the seals of the 6 nations to calm down the remarks, and was worried that he would not have enough time. Because he couldn't bear to reproduce the past situation where various princes and small countries faced Qin, Mu, and Chu, and were in a dilemma. Let the common people fall into the flames of war. So he would rather sacrifice his personal desires for half his life and no longer have a little attachment. There are excuses in the world based on the interests of the country and the happiness of the people. Those who use despicable means to undermine national stability and unity for personal gain should realize that they have lost their way after seeing this. Han Xian was originally from Huayin, today's Huaiyan, Jiangsu province. When he was just a civilian at first, he had no skills and could not become an official. And can't do business. Frequently going to other people's homes for food and lodging is disliked by people. He once often went to a pavilion chief's house for dinner. After a few months, the pavilion chief's wife disliked him, so she got up early and cooked a meal, waiting for Han Xian to arrive. There was no more food, and no more food was prepared for him. Han Xian understood what she meant and left in anger. Only an old mother outside the city who made a living by helping people wash clothes took pity on him and gave him food. After wandering for several years, he was able to surrender to Liu Bang. From a small captain to a general, he finally helped Liu Bang lay the foundation of the Han dynasty. Xiaohe's appreciation and recommendation to him were of immeasurable help. People who don't know the inside story. They all thought that Han Xian's ability to lead troops in battle was cultivated because of his wandering when he was young, and they even suspected that his ability was given by God. But being able to worship generals at the altar can clearly grasp the situation at that time. Those who have the courage and determination to fight against the odds and are familiar with the art of war are not uneducated. If they meet the right opportunity, they can obtain fame and title. It's just that there are omissions in the ancient books. Later people could not see the hard work he put into studying. There has never been a hero without knowledge or skill in the world. After Qin Shi Huang unified the world, he wanted to spread it for eternity. Xianyang was the capital of the empire. Therefore, he did not hesitate to spend material and financial resources on construction. Look at the majesty of Ipang Palace, the magnificence of the underground palace, the tallness of the metal statues, and the solidity of the copper pillars. They have inherited and developed the traditions of the previous generation, and they are powerful and majestic. Very European and American style. Since ancient times, the construction of cities and towns and the prosperity of the country have never exceeded this. When Xiang Yu saw this, he burned them all on fire. The fire lasted for 3 months before it was extinguished. Since the Xia, Shang, and Zhou dynasties. By the time the Qin dynasty unified the 6 kingdoms, all the accumulated essence had been burned away. Everyone knows that Qin Shi Huang despises the ancients, but they don't know that Xiang Yu's sin is even more serious. An era has its own way of survival. During the Warring States period, countries competed with each other and developed the strategy of joining forces vertically and horizontally. And the combination of vertical and horizontal alliances eventually became the best way to deal with the competition between the various vassal states. Today, European and American countries use vertical and horizontal cooperation as an aggressive strategy. Balance and protect yourself with equal opportunities for everyone. Our country has been unified for a long time since the Qin and Han dynasties, and the method of unifying vertical and horizontal lines has been so long that everyone has almost forgotten it. Therefore, foreign negotiations will fail many times. Although today's countries are no longer the vassal states of the Warring States period, which can be deceived and won over with words, the country must first have strength before it can dominate the world. Chapter 6: The Success of Lobbying. Warring States period. Su Qin and Zhang Yi argued verbally that the Qin dynasty and the late Chu dynasty were borrowing money for a while. Scholars are both virtuous and dishonest, but they all respect their own style, and the learning of eloquence flourishes. As for the early Han dynasty, its trend has not declined. The Zhuhan of the Ovary also takes credit here. Not only did they rely on Chu, they also attacked the city and fought in the field. The king of Han suffered a defeat at Pengcheng and fled westward in a hurry. The Ovary follows. When he arrived at Shui, today's east of Dangshan County, Shuzhou Prefecture, Jiangsu Province, the king of Han dismounted his horse and sat on the saddle and asked, "I want to donate the land to the east of the pass and abandon it. Who can share the merits with me?" He wanted to connect with the princes of the east of the pass. With the power of Fenxiang. This tactic used by the Qin people is also very applicable today. Zifang then said to him, King Yingbu of Zhejiang, a brave general of Chu, has a gap with King Xiang. Peng Yu and King Tianrong of Qi rebelled against Liang. These two people are in urgent need. Ready for instructions. As for the king's generals, Han Xian alone is a major event and should be taken seriously. If you want to donate it, if you donate it to these three people, Chu can be defeated. Because he wanted to join forces with Tingbu and Peng Yu, the lobbyists came out. He went to Huainan to talk about Tingbu, so he went with him. He was an official in Han Dynasty, and he was the one who paid a visit. When he arrived at Huainan, he was under the control of the Grand Master. He was ordered to be treated by the Grand Master and acted as the master, and he was not seen for 3 days. Sui Hain said to Tai Zai, the king doesn't see why. He must regard Chu as strong and Han as weak. However, I also have my own opinion. If he can see it, it is true. This is what the king wants to hear. If you say it is not true, how can you commit crime in the city of Huainan and betray the Han dynasty to the Chu state? Taizai is the king of Yan, and the king saw him. Sueha said, the envoys of the king of Han respect the king of Yan, but why is the king of Chugwai related to Chu? Bu said, the few people are facing the north and ministering to them. He said, Your Majesty and King Xiang are both classified as princes, and if you minister to the north, you will definitely use Chu as the strong one to support the country. However, on the day when Chu and Han fought in Pengcheng, Wang Go was serving Chu, so he should know the troops in the territory and make them belong to Chu. But sit back and watch success or failure. Is it true that one who entrusts the country to others is like this? Although the soldiers of Fu Chu were strong, the world regarded them as unjust, and they broke the treaty and killed the righteous emperor. Therefore, Chu is not as good as Han, and its power is easy to see. Now the king does not rely on the Han dynasty, which is in perfect condition, but relies on Chu, who is in danger. I am confused by the king. Yingbu believed what he said and secretly betrayed Chu and the Han. Then he learned that the Chu envoy was there, so he urgently ordered Bu to send troops. The Chu envoy broke in and said, the king of Zhejiang has returned to the Han, how can Chu send troops? Bu was stunned. He said, the matter has been revealed. It would be better to kill the Chu envoys and join forces with the Han. Bu Sichu saw doubts and refused to return to the Han, and he had no way to protect himself. He then killed the Chu envoy and followed He back to the Han. He sent the debaters again to talk about Peng Yu and also sent him down. The debaters' tongues were ultimately defeated. The brain of the ovary can control everything. The 3rd year of Han Dynasty. Xiang Yu urgently surrounded the king of Han in Xinjiang. The king of Han was worried and conspired with Li Shiqi. Li Gu, a debater, said to the king of Han, in the past, Tang conquered Jia, and King Wu punished Zhou, and all of them were in theft. Now Qin has destroyed the 6 kingdoms, and its descendants have no place to establish themselves. Your Majesty sincerely restores the 6 kingdoms to the throne. Then they all strive to be virtuous and willing to die for their service. Chu's military strength must be weak. This is also a method of diplomacy. If the king of Han follows his plan, it will not be effective for a while, but he does not know that it will return to feudalism, and the world will be in trouble from now on. Li Sheng did not do it. Shi Zifang came from outside to pay homage to the king of Han. The king of Han dynasty ordered food, and he told Li Sheng's words. Zifang was shocked and said, "If this is the case, then the big thing is over. I am a scholar in the world, leaving my relatives, abandoning my graves, and leaving my old place to follow your majesty, but I can only see the land so close to me day and night." Today, after the establishment of the 6 kingdoms, all the land has been exhausted, and no one with meritorious service can be ennobled. The wanderers have returned to serve their masters, follow their relatives, and return to their old places. Who, your majesty, wants to conquer the world? The king of Han stopped eating and scolded. It is a public matter to uphold Confucianism and defeat it. Then he agreed to discuss it. Criticism. Historical records say that Han Xian was evenly matched. The messenger told the king of Han, "Qi is a country that boasts, deceives and changes frequently. If there is no false king to fill it, with the same town, its power will be unstable. Please make yourself a false king." The king of Han was furious and scolded, "I trapped here, if I look forward to him in the evening, I want to establish myself as a king." Zifang was anxious to sneak up on the king of Han's feet. Yin whispered in a whisper, "The Han side is unfavorable. Would it be better to ban the king from believing in him? Why not establish it so that he can defend himself? Otherwise, change and establish a new life." The king of Han understood. Yin scolded him again and said, "The real man rules the princes, that is, it's the true king's ear. Why should it be false? Yu Lisheng said so. If Han Xian is asked to do so, he will be allowed to do so, and he will be able to make changes according to his authority, so as to cope with the situation. This is something that only the ovary can do." When the king of Han scolded, he became angry, and when he scolded, he became happy. There was a deep meaning in both of them. It can be said that he was skillful in scolding. Each of the 6 countries maintains the inheritance passed down by their ancestors. Evenly matched, no one can beat him. There is no grudge against Qin and there is no virtue, so it is okay to go towards it and to back away from it. If all the kingdoms in Guangdong in the early Han dynasty were all nurtured by the Xiang family and passed on to them, Chu's affairs were very determined and difficult to explain. Where does it begin? It will be described in a tortuous manner. In the end, he uses means to control it. He is really a man of words and hands. Zifang knew that the way to destroy Chu was to use warriors to assist debaters, so he recommended Han Xian after Shao He. On the day when Wu Ho was sitting in his thatched cottage, he decided on the strategy for the future. After Zifang was defeated in Pengcheng, he decided on the strategy for the future, and his vision was exactly the same. During the Warring States period, Su Qin and Zhang Yi were both eloquent people. They sometimes leaned towards Qin and sometimes towards Chu, and they became famous for a while. Scholars, regardless of whether they were virtuous or not, admired this style, so the study of eloquence began to flourish. By the early Han dynasty, this trend had not declined. Zhang Liang succeeded in assisting the Han dynasty because of this. At the beginning, It relies not only on this, but also on siege and field operations. After Liu Bang, the king of Han, failed in the Battle of Pengcheng, he fled westward in a hurry. Zhang Liang also followed him all the way. Arrive at Xiai, now east of Dangshan County, Shuzhou City, Jiangsu Province. Liu Bang dismounted and leaned on the saddle and asked Zhang Liang, "I plan to give up some places east of Hanggu Pass as rewards. Who can join me in making contributions?" Liu Bang wanted to unite the princes from all over the Kanto region to disperse Xiang Yu's power. This method was a common trick used by the Qin dynasty in the past, and it is also very applicable if it is copied now. Zhang Liang further said, King Yingbu of Zhejiang was a fierce general of Chu, and he and Xiang Yu were estranged from each other. Peng Yu and Qi Wang Tianrong rebelled against Chu and Liang. These two people can be used when something unexpected happens. Under the king of Han dynasty, only Han Xian could be entrusted with important matters and take charge of it alone. If you want to entrust the area east of Guangzhou, entrust it to these three people. Then Chu's state can be defeated. Because he wanted to unite Yingbu and Peng Yu, Liu Bang sent envoys to lobby them. Among them, the person who went to Huainan to lobby Yingbu was named Sui He. Sui He served as an official under the king of Han. He is the person who passed on Jin Jian through Zhang Tong. When he arrived in Huainan, he was received by Dazai. Yingbu sent Dazai to host a banquet for Sui He and entertain the guests on his behalf. After waiting for 3 days, he still did not see the king of Huainan. So Sui He said to Dazai, "Your Majesty did not summon me. I must think that the king of Chu is strong and the king of Han is weak, but I have a different view. If I can be summoned, if what I say is right, that is what the king wants to hear. If what I say is wrong, just behead me in the Huainan market." This shows that the king is turning his back on Han and towards Chu. Dazai then conveyed this to Yingbu, who met with Sui He. Sui He said, "The king of Han sent me to respectfully write a letter before the king. I privately wondered why the king is so close to the king of Chu." Yingbu said, "Because I turned north to serve him." Sui He said, "Your Majesty and King Xiang are both princes. If you turn north to serve him, you must think that the king of Chu is powerful and can entrust your country to you. Give it to him." But when the king of Han and the king of Chu were fighting in Pengcheng, if the king wanted Chu to be king, he should gather all the soldiers in the country and hand them over to the king of Chu. But you dropped your clothes and handed them over, watching from the sidelines. People who entrust the country to others. Is this what it looks like? Although the Chu army was powerful, it had a reputation of injustice in the world because he broke the covenant and killed the righteous emperor. Therefore, it is obvious that the king of Chu is inferior to the king of Han. Now that the king does not have good relations with the king of Han, but has entrusted himself to the king of Chu who is in danger, I am secretly confused for the king. Yingbu admitted in his heart that Sui He was right, and secretly agreed to betray Chu and return to Han. Sui He knew that the envoy from Chu was also there, and he couldn't wait to urge Yingbu to send troops. Sui He suddenly broke in and said to the Chu envoy, "The king of Zhejiang has surrendered to the king of Han. Why did the king of Chu ask him to send troops?" Yingbu was shocked. He took the opportunity to persuade Ingbu, now that the matter has been exposed, it is better to kill the envoy of Chu and fight alongside the king of Han. Ingbu considered that Chu had become suspicious, and if he did not submit to the Han dynasty, he would have no way to protect himself. So he killed the Chu envoy and surrendered to the king of Han together with Sui He. Liu Bang sent people to lobby Peng Yu again, and the lobbying was also successful. After all, the counselor's sharp tongue cannot compare with Zhang Liang's wisdom, which can control thousands of things. In the third year of the Han dynasty, 204 BC, Xiang Yu tightly besieged the king of Han in Xinjiang. The king of Han was very worried and discussed a solution with Li Shiqi. Li Shiqi was originally a counselor. He said to the king of Han, "In the past, Shang Tang attacked Xia Jia. The descendants of the Xia dynasty were granted the title of Qi state. Now that the Qin dynasty has wiped out the 6 kingdoms, their descendants do not have any fiefdoms. If your majesty can re-nominate the descendants of the 6 kingdoms, the monarchs, ministers, and people of the 6 kingdoms will definitely be grateful to your majesty. I am willing to die for his majesty." In this way, Chu's military strength will inevitably weaken. Li Shiqi's method captured the essence of diplomacy. If the king of Han followed his strategy, it might not be ineffective in a short period of time, but he didn't know it. If the unified national system is changed to the feudal monarchy separatist system, then the world will become unrest again. Before Li Shiqi left, Zhang Liang came from outside to pay homage to the king of Han. The king of Han was eating. He told Zhang Liang everything Li Shiqi said. Zhang Liang was shocked and said, "If this is really the case, then your majesty's great cause will be over. The wanderers in the world will leave their relatives, abandon their ancestral graves, say goodbye to their friends and follow your majesty. I just look forward to getting a small fiefdom day and night." If the descendants of the 6 kingdoms were now re-established as kings and all the lands were awarded, there would be no way to reward those who had made meritorious deeds. In this way, all the wanderers in the world would serve their old masters. Accompanying your relatives and returning to your hometown, with whom will your majesty conquer the world? After hearing this, the king of Han put down his bowls and chopsticks and cursed, "This nerd almost ruined a big thing." So Li Shiqi's method was rejected. Comment: Historical records. After Han Xian pacified Qi, he sent someone to tell Liu Bang, "The people of Qi are cunning and changeable, and the country is capricious. If we don't set up an acting monarch to suppress it, the situation will not be stable. Please let me be the acting king of Qi." Liu Bang was very angry after hearing this and cursed Han Xian, "I have been trapped here for a long time. I have been looking forward to you coming to help me every day, but I didn't expect that you want to make yourself king." Zhang Liang hurriedly stepped on Liu Bang's feet secretly. He leaned close to his ear and said, "The Han army is now in a disadvantageous situation. How can we prevent Han Xian from proclaiming himself king? It is better to take this opportunity to make him the king and let him defend himself. Otherwise, chaos may occur soon." Liu Bang came to his senses after being reminded, so he cursed again. If a man pacifies the princes, he can become a true king. Why should he only be an acting monarch? He stopped Li Sheqi's plan and agreed to Han Xian's request. He knew how to adapt according to the changing situation. To adapt to the development of things, only Zhang Liang can do this. The king of Han's anger when he scolded and joy when he scolded also had profound meanings in it. It can be said that he understood the art of scolding. During the Warring States period, the 6 kingdoms each held on to their ancestral foundations and were evenly matched, with no distinction between superior and inferior. They have no hatred or kindness towards the Qin dynasty, so they can belong to the Qin state or betray the Qin state. If in the vassal states of Guangdong in the early Han dynasty, the Xiang family assisted in the succession of the throne from the beginning, then their determination to serve Chu must be very firm, and lobbying would be very difficult. Sueha began to lobby them tactfully. Later, he used tricks to subdue Tingbu. He was really a man with very flexible mind and actions. Zhang Liang knew that the way to destroy Chu was to use soldiers to assist counselors, so Xiao He then recommended Han Xian. Zhuge Liang decided the direction of his future actions when he was sitting in the thatched hut and whining, also known as sitting in the hut. After Zhang Liang was defeated in Pengcheng, he decided on the strategy of future actions. Their foresight and foresight were the same. Chapter 7: The Plan to Destroy Chu. The Chu-Han stalemate had been unresolved for a long time. The young men were struggling in the army, and the old and the weak were exhausted. King Xiang said to the king of Han, "The Hungarians in the world are several years old, but I only have 2 ears. I am willing to challenge the king of Han to a fight between male and female, and I will not only suffer the people of the world." The warriors of ancient times were determined to kill their enemies and stop them. If there are those who abuse innocent people, even if they are given to the world, don't take them away. King Xiang's words still have the style of ancient warriors. The king of Han did not listen. At that time, the Han soldiers had plenty of food, but King Xiang's soldiers were exhausted and had no food at all. First, the parents and wives of the king of Han were plundered by the Chu army. Then the king of Han sent Du Ko to ask King Xiang to return his parents and wife to him. King Xiang made an agreement with the Han dynasty to divide the world in the middle and cut off the Hongou, 20 miles southeast of Xinjiang County, to the west for the Han dynasty. Those to the east of the chasm were Chu, which belonged to the parents and wives of the king of Han. The king of Han then named Ho Gong the king of Pingwa, saying, "The debater in the world lives in the country of Qin dynasty, so he is called the king of Pingwa." An ancient poem goes, "One wishes to captivate a city, and then wishes to capitulate a country. Those who capitulate will be pacified, and the reverse will be carried out." Country. If there is injustice, he will be in danger, so he is named the king of Ping. The Duke of Ho was not granted the title, and he was willing to meet with Hidden Buddha. The peace agreement was settled. Xiang Yu returned to the east with his troops, and the king of Han also wanted to withdraw his troops and went to the west. In the 4th year of the Han dynasty, both sides were struggling to fight. Since then, there has been this peace. The mediocre think that the world will be peaceful from now on, and that military officials and counselors can reward the mediocre and enjoy wealth and honor. But the ovary is said to be no. Zifang said to the king of Han, "Now Han has more than half of the world, and Chu's soldiers are exhausted and exhausted. This is the time when heaven will fall. Don't take advantage of it. It is said that raising tigers will cause trouble. The peace negotiation has just been completed, but to renege on it suddenly seems to be close to a hegemony. However, the way of diplomacy is always based on self-interest. The situation is changing, but there is a settled situation. How can you be too trustworthy and miss the big things? Winter and October of the 5th year of Han Dynasty. The king of Han then pursued King Xiang to the south of Yangxia. Stop the army and meet with the Marquis of Huayin Han Xian and the Marquis of Jianqingpengqi to attack Chu. As far as Guling, the old city is in the northwest of Huaining, Qinzhou Prefecture, Hunan. The troops of Xian and Yu did not arrive. Chu attacked the Han army and defeated it greatly. The king of Han returned to the wall. Defend yourself in a deep chasm. He said to Zifang, "What can we do if the princes do not abide by the agreement?" He said to him, "Chu's army has been defeated, and Xian and you have not been divided into territories, so it is not suitable for them to be solid. The king can divide the world with us, and now we can establish it. Otherwise, things would be unpredictable." Han Xian had already established himself as king of Qi. Zifang even wanted the king of Han to formally seal him, to appease his heart and ears. The king of Han said, "Good." So he sent an envoy to tell Han Xian and Peng Yu, "Attack Chu with all our strength, and Chu is defeated. From the east of Chen to the sea, we are with the king of Qi. From the north of Jiang to Gucheng, we are with Peng Xianghua. The messenger has arrived." Han Xian and Peng Yu all reported, "Please march forward today." When the peace talks were not yet concluded, Kuai Tong, a native of Qi, knew that the power of the world belonged to Han Xian, and wanted to make a clever plan to impress him. It was through the help of a minister that he came to see Han Xian, so he said, "Today, the fate of Chu and Han hangs at one step. If the Han is under his feet, Han will win. If he is with Chu, Chu will win. If you can sincerely listen to your minister's plans, there is no way that you can benefit from both sides. If you divide the world into 3 parts and use it as a tripod, no one dares to move first. If Han Xian listens to what he said, then after the fall of Qin, the world will be divided into pieces, and the people will not be able to live in peace. Peace cannot be restored until several years or hundreds of years later." Fortunately, while he was lingering and undecided, the Han envoys were about to arrive. Han Xinxin couldn't bear to betray Kuai Tong's kindness to each other, so he thanked Kuai Tong. The consciousness of the ovary can be described as far-reaching. The king of Han is united with Han. Peng's soldiers surrounded King Xiang at Gaixia. King Xiang had a beautiful woman named Yu, whom he often followed happily, and a beautiful horse named Zhou, who he often rode on. At night, I heard that the Han army was besieged on all sides, so I got up at night and sang a tragic song in the drinking tent. I composed a poem and said, "Strength can lift the mountain, and the spirit of the world is strong. The times are not good, but the glory will not fade away. What can be done if the virtue is not gone? Yushi is helpless." King Xiang committed suicide in Wujiang, and Chu Sui died. In the 5th year of the Han Dynasty, 2,100 years before the Republic of China, the unification of the Han family began here. Although this was due to the good warfare of Han Xian, Pengyu, Ingbu, and Fan Kuai, Shaohe. Chen Ping was good at planning, Sui He, Ho Gong, and Li Shiqi were good at eloquence, and they worked together to achieve this great feat. Only the ovary is necessary to be able to deal with major events and determine great difficulties. Criticize. Xifang's advice to the king of Han to break the promise was ridiculed by future generations. Song Qingzi said, Zhang Liang was a man of great talent and farsightedness, and had the air of a Confucian, but to use this to criticize the king of Han was extremely unjust. Ming Yangshan argued and said, Qingzi's words are roundabout. Zhang Liang's words are just right. Moreover, Zhang Liang's plan to assist Han was originally to avenge Han. Who is the avenger? First there was the unruly Qin, and then there was the unkind Yu. Moreover, Qin's unrighteousness was worse than that of Shang Zhou, Yu's unkindness was worse than that of Ing Qin. Emperor Gaozu's plan to kill Qin and destroy Xiang was no different from what the book calls the weak and the weak, attacking the ignorant, causing chaos and insulting the people. Yi's so-called Tangwu revolution was about obeying nature and responding to people. If you don't take advantage of this opportunity, you will be in trouble. When will the world rest? Qingzi's so-called righteousness is to hope that the king of Han will keep his faith and return to the West. If Xiang Yu becomes angry again, all the people in the world will die in the war, and there will be more than 400,000 Changping. Confucian scholars make arguments. How circuitous. Meng said that Qingzi's argument was indeed pedantic. Yang's argument was obtained by the common people. The book said, know the enemy and yourself, and you will be victorious in every battle. Xifang really knows the advantages and disadvantages of each other, so he cannot bear to lose this. Opportunities. There is no chance of success or failure. Ordinary people can talk about past events after they have happened, but they are confused about the present. To make a decisive decision before the opportunity arises, and to know what is happening beforehand, only a hero can do this. As soon as Xian and Yu were sealed, they invited troops to join the army. The martial artist is humble and has already been calculated in the ovary. This is also why Han ancestors were jealous. It will lead to death in the future. Kuai Tong said that the reason was Han Xian's plot. After Han Xian thanked him, Tong said, I thought I was a good king of Han and wanted to build a legacy for all generations, but I thought it was a mistake. It started when Changshan Cheng Anjuan became a commoner. We are friends who cut each other's throats. We can also say they are friends of life and death. Afterwards, the two sides got into an angry fight, and Chengenjun was killed on sight. When these two people meet each other, the whole world will be happy, but why should they fight each other? Sufferings arise from excessive desires, and the human heart is unpredictable. If you want to be loyal and faithful to the king of Han now, you will not be able to stick to the relationship between the two kings. But the matter is bigger than Zhang Wei and Chen Shi. Therefore, I thought that the king of Han would not endanger myself with a single step, but I was wrong. Moreover, if I hear that my brave strategy will shock my master, my life will be in danger. But those who have made great contributions to the world will not be rewarded. Capture the king of Wei, Qin Xia Shua, punish Anjuan, favor Zhao, Xia Yan, and Ding Qi with one step, destroy 200,000 soldiers of the Chu people in the south, and kill the dragon in the east. This so-called merit is the same in the world, but it is unparalleled in the world. The people of Gue Chu and Chu didn't believe it. The Han people who returned to the Han dynasty were frightened. Will the generals return safely? The husband is in the position of a minister, and he has the power to shake the master, and he can endanger him with just one step. The eloquence of Gao Wen is still inspiring when recited to this day, so I appended it to it. In addition, I saw the difficulty of being a minister in an authoritarian country. There are such people. Chu and Han were in a stalemate for a long time, with the outcome unresolved. The young were tired of the long military life, and the old and the weak were very tired from the water and land transportation. King Xiang therefore said to the king of Han, "The world has been in turmoil and chaos for several years. Just because of you and me. I want to challenge the king of Han alone to a showdown, so that the people of the world will not suffer." The warriors of ancient times aimed to kill their enemies without affecting anyone other than the enemies. There is a person who kills innocent people indiscriminately. Even if the whole world is given to him, he will not do it. When Xiang Yu said this, he still had the demeanor of an ancient warrior. The king of Han did not listen. At that time, the Han dynasty had strong soldiers and horses, and sufficient food and grass. Xiang Yu was exhausted and exhausted. Previously, the parents and wife of the king of Han were captured by the Chu army. At this time, the king of Han sent Du Ko to persuade Xiang Yu to return the king of Han's parents and wife. So Xiang Yu made an agreement with Liu Bang to divide the world equally and cut the gap. 20 miles southeast of Xinjiang County, the Han dynasty is in the west and the Chu kingdom is in the east. If the king of Han agrees to this condition, he will immediately release his parents and wife. The king of Han then made Ho Gong the king of Pingwa and said, "This man is the best debater in the world. Whichever country he stays in will overthrow that country," so he is given the title Pingguojun. An ancient poem goes, "If he wants to overthrow a city, he will overthrow a country. And if he overthrows the country where he is, and if he occupies this country, he will overthrow it. A country that cannot survive will be pushed to destruction." So he was named Pingguojun. Ho Gong did not accept Liu Bang's reward and hid himself from meeting Liu Bang. After the peace treaty was agreed upon, Xiang Yu led his troops to retreat to the east. The king of Han also wanted to withdraw his troops to the west. It was the 4th year of the Han dynasty, and Chu. The military on both sides of the Han dynasty was very hard. Since the signing of the peace treaty, mediocre people thought that the world would be peaceful from now on, and that generals and counselors could receive corresponding rewards and enjoy prosperity and wealth. Only Zhang Liang said it couldn't be like this. Zhang Liang said to Liu Bang, "Now the Han dynasty owns most of the world, and the Chu state is exhausted. This is the time for heaven to destroy the Chu state. If we don't take this opportunity to destroy Chu, this would be the so-called raising tigers for disaster. The peace treaty has just been reached and then betrayed immediately. Such behavior is a bit like mixing kingliness with domineering. However, diplomatic methods are always based on the premise of safeguarding one's own interests, and the situation changes. How can it be a foregone conclusion? How can we delay important events by clinging to small faith? In the winter and 10th month of the 5th year of the Han dynasty, the king of Han pursued King Xiang and reached the south of Yangxia. He stationed his troops and met up with the Marquis of Huayin, Han Xian, and the Marquis of Jiancheng, Peng Yue. They agreed to jointly attack the Chu army. The Han army arrived at Guling. In ancient times, it referred to the northwest of Huaining, Qinzhou Prefecture, Hunan Province, but the troops of Han Xian and Peng Yue did not come to join them. The Chu army attacked the Han army and defeated the Han army. The king of Han fled back to the camp and dug deep trenches to hold on. The king of Han asked Zhang Liang, "What should we do if the princes do not abide by the agreement?" Zhang Liang replied, "The Chu army is about to be defeated. Han Xian and Peng Yue have not yet received the Enfeft land, so it is natural for them not to come. If the king could share the world with them, they would come immediately now. If not, the situation will be unpredictable. Han Xian has already established himself as king of Qi, and Zhang Liang is even more eager to let the king of Han officially reward Han Xian." Used to appease Han Xin's emotions. The king of Han agreed. So the king of Han sent envoys to tell Han Xian and Peng Yue, "Join me and attack the Chu state. After defeating the Chu army, give the area from Qin County eastward to the seaside to the king of Qi. The area north of Suiyang to Guqing was given to Peng Xianghua. After the envoy arrived, Han Xian and Peng Yue both said, "I will lead the troops and set off now." When the agreement between Chu and Han had not yet been reached, there was a Qi man named Kuai Tong. Knowing that the key to the overall situation of the world lies in Han Xian's hands, he wanted to use a clever plan to impress Han Xian. So he met Han Xian on the pretext that he knew physiognomy, and therefore persuaded Han Xian, "Now the fate of Chu and Han. It's all in your hands. If you help the king of Han, the king of Han will win. If you unite with Chu, the king of Chu will win. I hope you can listen to my suggestion. It is better to let both of them benefit and survive together, so that the world is divided into 3 parts. If we stand together, no one will dare to attack first." If Han Xian had listened to Kuai Tong's advice at that time, then after the fall of the Qin dynasty, the world would still be divided and the people of Li would not be able to live in peace until decades or hundreds of years later. Otherwise, there will be no peace and prosperity. Fortunately, when Han Xian was hesitant, the Han dynasty envoy arrived. Han Xian cared about the kindness the king of Han had treated him, and finally couldn't bear to betray him, so he declined Kuai Tong. It looks like this. Zhang Liang's vision of seeing people is really far-sighted. The king of Han then united with the troops of Han Xian and Peng Yue and besieged Xiangyu in Gaixia. Xiangyu has a beauty named Yu Ji who is favored and always follows Xiangyu. He also has a horse named Zhui. Xiangyu often rides. Late at night, he heard the Han army singing the song of Chu on all sides. He got up all night and drank in his tent. He couldn't help but sing tragic songs generously. He composed a poem and sang, "My strength can lift mountains, my heroic spirit is unparalleled in the world. What a bad luck. Zuma no longer goes forward. What will Zuma do if he doesn't move forward? Ug, how should I arrange it for you? Xiang Yu committed suicide in Wujiang River, and the Chu kingdom was destroyed immediately. It was the 5th year of the Han dynasty and 2110 BC. The Han dynasty's unification of the world began at this time. Although Han Xian, Peng Yu, Ingbu, and Fan Kuai were good at fighting, Xiao He and Chen Ping were strategic, Sui He, Ho Gong, and Li Shiqi were eloquent, and everyone worked together. Therefore, this great cause has been achieved, but among them, only Zhang Liang can make decisions and resolve catastrophes. Comment. Zhang Liang persuaded the king of Han to break the covenant, and later generations used this to ridicule him. Qingzi of the Song dynasty said, Zhang Liang has a great talent. He was very Confucian, but he advised the king of Han to break the covenant, which was very unjust. Yang Shen of the Ming dynasty argued, what Qingzi said is very pedantic. Zhang Liang said this, which is the true meaning. Zhang Liang assisted the king of Han. It was originally meant to avenge South Korea. Who to seek revenge from? At first it was the cruel and unjust Qin dynasty, and later it was the unkind and unjust Xiang Yu. Moreover, the Qin dynasty was even more cruel and unruly than King Zhou of Shang. Xiang Yu was almost as unkind as Qin Shi Huang. What is the difference between Liu Bang, the great ancestor of the Han dynasty, who destroyed the Qin dynasty in Xiang Yu, and what is said in Shangshu about annexing the weak, attacking the ignorant, and seizing a politically chaotic and perishing country? The war between King Tang of Shang and King Wu of Zhou mentioned in the Book of Changes. It is in harmony with nature and people. If you don't take this opportunity to capture Xiang Yu, you will miss the trend. When will the world settle down? The righteousness Qingzi mentioned must be that the king of Han should keep his word and lead his troops back to the west, waiting for Xiang Yu to regain his strength. Then the 400,000 people in the world who died in the war were not the only ones who died in the Battle of Changping. How pedantic is this theory of Confucian scholars? Personally, I think Qingzi's remarks were originally very pedantic. Yang Shen's defense. I almost understood what Zhang Liang was thinking. The book says, know the enemy and you will be victorious in every battle. Zhang Liang did know the strength gap between the king of Han and Xiang Yu, so he couldn't bear to lose this opportunity. The chance of success or failure is fleeting. Most people only review the beginning and end of things after the fact, and appear ignorant when they happen. Only heroes can make decisions before opportunities come and predict the outcome before things happen. As soon as Han Xian and Peng Yu were granted the title, they immediately requested to send troops. The martial artist has little knowledge and has already fallen into Zhang Liang's scheme. It was precisely because of this that he was jealous of Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty, which led to his subsequent murder. Kuai Tong's words. He was very thoughtful about Han Xian. After Han Xian declined, Kuai Tong persuaded him, you think you are very friendly with the king of Han and want to build eternal achievements together. I privately think this idea is wrong. When Zhang Er, the king of Changshan, and Chen Zhua, the king of Cheng'an, were still commoners, the two became close friends, equivalent to life and death. Later, they quarreled with each other, and the king of Cheng'an was eventually killed by the king of Changshan. When these two people got to know each other, they were so close that their friendship was unparalleled in the world, but in the end they killed each other and even died. Why is this? This disaster arises from too much desire and the unpredictable nature of the human heart. Now you are on good terms with the king of Han because of your loyalty. It will definitely not be closer than the relationship between King Changshan and Lord Cheng'an, and the things they argue about are often more important than those between Zhang Wei and Chen Shi. So I think your belief that the king of Han will not harm you is wrong. Moreover, I have heard that those whose bravery and strategy make the monarch fearful will not be able to save their lives, and those whose achievements are overwhelming will not be rewarded. You captured the king of Wei, captured Xia Shuo alive, attacked the king of Cheng'an, captured the state of Zhao, and subdued the state of Yan with your prestige. To pacify the state of Qi, to destroy 200,000 soldiers of the state of Chu in the south, and to march east to kill Long Xia, these are achievements that no one in the world can compare with, and strategies that are rare in the world. If you submit to the king of Chu, the people of Chu will not trust you. If you submit to the king of Han, the Han people will also be afraid of you. How do you want to return with these achievements and prestige? You are in the position of a minister but have a reputation higher than that of a king. I am really worried about you. The high-pitched and talented debate is still read and recited today. Still invigorating, so writing it here. And from this we can see how difficult it is to be a minister in an authoritarian country. Chapter 8 Facilities after Unification. The ministers of the Han dynasty had an awe-inspiring demeanor and an inferior approach. There are countless people who have built the country on the foundation of mulberry trees and kept the people safe at the banquet. The one-child house does not pretend to be innovative, nor mediocre to follow the customs, nor is it muddy to the crown, nor is it obsessed with wealth. It seems to be hidden but not hidden, and it seems to be cunning but not cunning. Guy was proud of his intelligence and was able to benefit from scholars like Huang and Lao. In the autumn when heroes are in turmoil, the one with the strongest army will win. However, Emperor Gaozu said to King Xiang, would rather fight with wisdom than with strength. Later, Xiang Xingliu was destroyed, and the soldiers relied on wisdom instead of strength. Emperor Gaozu dared to say this because he knew that his own military strength was no match for Xiangyu, but only the talent of Zifang. Gaozu still relied on it in his mind even if he suffered a defeat, thinking that with this man in his side, he would never perish. Historically, it has been said that the ovary is often sick and timid like a woman. If he uses his wits and clever strategies, he can defeat thousands of troops with more than enough power, which is beyond the reach of Shao He and Chen Ping. The great ancestor was also soft on the outside but strong on the inside, clumsy on the outside but skillful on the inside. When he met his ovary alone, he was as straight as a child, innocent and sincere when meeting each other. He is convinced that Zifang is loyal to the country and is wise enough to make decisions. In the 6th year of the Han dynasty, the world was at peace, and there were more than 20 meritorious officials. Those who had not been granted the title were fighting day and night for merit. The great ancestor lived in the south palace of Luoyang, and from Fudao he saw dozens of generals. They sit in the sand together, pointing to the sky and drawing the earth. if there is any important matter to discuss. Emperor Gaozu was very suspicious and asked Zifang. Zifang said, "Your Majesty, don't you know? This is a conspiracy. What is the purpose of the husband's rebellion?" Instead, he gathered dozens of people in a restricted area and advocated without hiding anything. "No matter how stupid you are, you won't get out of this." Zifang said this. After Gai Niji was eliminated, everyone thought they had merit and wanted to split the land and seal it. If the land is not given, and if it is not sealed, people will become disloyal, and sooner or later there will be chaos. So I thought of ways to eliminate it. When Emperor Gaozu heard this, he became anxious and asked, "What can I do?" Zifang said, "Your Majesty, you are wearing cloth, and you are taking over the world with me. Today, Your Majesty is celebrating Tianxi, and all the people you have granted are old friends, and all the people you have punished are enemies. Today's army officials calculate merit. The world is not enough to be theft all over the world. If we are worried that Your Majesty intends to supervise it, we will gather together to plot rebellion. Today we urgently need to seal Yong's teeth first. Everyone in the world knows that Yong Qi has been resented by His Majesty. Now that he has been granted the title, I will be able to wait for him in peace, and there will be no rebellion." Gaozu thought so. So all the heroes are safe. The issue of establishing a capital has always been a major issue for those who have a state. Since the founding of our country, Hunan has been the capital. Although the capital of the Yellow Emperor was Yolu, and the capital of Yao, Shun and Yu was Jifang, both are now Hebei, and in the past they were both Hunan. Jing Qiao's Tongji Capital Brief says, "The old route of the river entered the sea from Jieshur, which is why Jieshur is now Pingzhou. The land of Youhu and the capital of Hebei are all in Hunan. After the 5th year of King Zhou Ding, the river gradually became blocked. It moved to the south and reached the 3rd year of Yuanguang of Han Dynasty. Migrated from Dunxiu to the south of the Bohai River. Since the Zhou Dynasty, the capitals of Hunan were only Chang'an and Luoyang. Since the Han and Jin dynasties, the capitals of Jiangnan were Jinling and Hangzhou. However, Wu and Yu are often the first choices for partial peace. Luoyang is in the center of China, where all directions gather. It was also an important area 2,000 years ago. Emperor Gaozu met with the ministers to discuss the location of the capital. Lu Jing called Yidu Guanzhong, and the ministers on the left and right were all from Shandong. The areas east of Taihang were called Shandong in ancient times, not today's Shandong province, and most of them advised the imperial capital to be Luoyang. The emperor asked Zifang. Zifang said that Luoyang was surrounded by enemies and was not a country that used force. It was better to capitalize in Guangzhong. During the Western Han Dynasty and the Tang Dynasty, when our country was at its peak, everyone lived in Chang'an. In later generations, there were repeated rebellions by bandits and they were attacked by rushing chariots. With the collection of arrows and stones, the prosperous city was designated as Jingzhen. Coupled with the gathering of civilizations and the convenience of transportation, it gradually moved to the river and sea areas, and no one in the Yellow River Basin could build a capital again. Criticize. Emperor Gao and King Xiang were all from Chu. Pei and Linhuai are very close to each other. The hearts of two people. How can I forget Shandong for a day? When you saw that the land of Qin was completely burned, he wanted to return eastward. To make it as prosperous as in the past, it may not be all Guanzhong. In the summer of the 5th year of the Han dynasty, although he came from Luoyang and went to Guanzhong, the palace in Chang'an was sent to Yeyang to govern. Emperor Gao was in Guanzhong for a short time. In the autumn of the 5th year, he personally conquered Zhang II and returned to Luoyang. In December of the 6th year, he took Han Xian and retreated to Luoyang. In the winter and 10th month of the 7th year, he recruited Han Xian and marched from Luoyang to Chang'an. When the palace was completed, Yu Yang moved his capital to Chang'an, and Emperor Gao's capital was settled in Guanzhong. Shao He did not even try to persuade him, but instead camped at Weiyang Palace, which was particularly magnificent and had profound intentions in order to strengthen the emperor's desire to move around. After the Ding Revolution, everyone thought they had meritorious service, and those who were tired of being rewarded often suffered hardships while those who gave were tired of giving. The United States achieved independence. All the fathers from Washington onwards have been discharged and returned to the fields. Those who worked as farmers on weekdays are still farmers, and those who are workers are still workers. After drinking and drinking in front of the lamp, they talk about the war in the past, thinking it is a joke, and they have no intention of repaying their responsibilities. He regards state affairs as family affairs. There is an unexpected incident in the family, and the children all abandon their careers and go to the public house. Even though they have been relieved, everyone still returns to his or her own business, so there is no need to repay the consequences. When the family is transformed into a country, domestic affairs must be taken over by someone. However, someone is also virtuous. You can do something, you have talents, you can do something, it all depends on the people of the country. When the public was promoted, he had to give up his old career and go out to follow the path. This outstanding style of civilian politics is the reason why it is so beautiful. Our country has existed since ancient times. Officials are regarded as a kind of profession and the most honorable profession. Therefore, meritorious people all want to seek an official position to appease their long-cherished hopes. But smart people all regard industry as despicable and disdain it. It's as eloquent as it has been since ancient times, and it will never come back. Social security is improving. The ministers of the Han dynasty had awe-inspiring character and integrity, and their methods of conduct were passed down to future generations. There are countless such people who have laid a solid foundation for the country and made people's lives safe and stable. Only Zhang Liang did not feel that he was extraordinary and unconventional, nor was he mediocre or commonplace, nor did he look down on the powerful, nor did he deliberately curry favor with the wealthy. This is all because he prides himself on his intelligence and benefits from the learning of Huang and Lao. When heroes from all walks of life are killing each other, victory can only be achieved with strong soldiers and horses. However, Gaozu said to Xiang Yu, "I would rather fight wits, nor willing to fight." Later, when he destroyed Xiang Yu and established the Han dynasty, he relied on wisdom rather than force. The reason why Han Gaozu dared to say this was because he knew that his military strength was not as good as Xiang Yu's, but Zhang Liang's intelligence. But it was kept in Gaozu's heart every day. Even if he encountered failure, Gaozu still relied on Zhang Liang's strategy, thinking that as long as Zhang Liang was around, he would never fail. Historically, Zhang Liang often complained of illness. He is timid like a woman, but when he uses his talents and clever strategies, he is more than capable of defeating thousands of troops. Xiao He and Chen Ping cannot catch up with him. Gaozu's character was soft on the outside and strong on the inside. He is clumsy on the outside but clever on the inside, but when he meets Zhang Liang, he becomes simple, as innocent as a child, and treats each other with sincerity. This is because he is well aware of Zhang Liang's loyalty to him. And his wisdom can determine major events in the world. In the 6th year of the Han Dynasty, the world had been peaceful. The emperor had awarded more than 20 meritorious officials, and the rest who had not received awards were vying for credit day and night, arguing. Liu Bang lived in Nangong, Luoyang. Returning from the pavilion, I saw dozens of generals sitting side by side on the sand, pointing to the sky and drawing the ground, as if discussing some important matter. Liu Bang was very confused and asked Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang said, "Don't you know, Your Majesty? This is a discussion of rebellion." They were planning to rebel, so they gathered dozens of people in the forbidden area of the palace and spoke freely without hiding anything. No matter how stupid they were, they would not do this. The reason why Zhang Liang said this was probably because he anticipated the success of the reform. Everyone feels that they have merit and thinks that they can get land. But the land cannot be distributed to everyone. Those who have not been rewarded will definitely have a rebellious heart, and sooner or later the world will be in chaos. So he deliberately set up this situation to eliminate this disaster. After hearing this, Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty asked uneasily, "How should we deal with it?" Zhang Liang said, "Your Majesty started the rebellion as a commoner and relied on these people to conquer the world. Now Your Majesty has become the emperor." Those who were awarded rewards were all close and favored friends of His Majesty, such as Xiao He and Qiao Shen, while those who were killed were all enemies. Now when we count the merits of the generals, there is not enough land in the world to reward them all. These people were afraid that His Majesty would blame them and not reward them, so they gathered together to plot a rebellion. Now please hurry up and reward Yong Qi first. Everyone in the world knows that what Your Majesty hates most is Yong Qi, and all the ministers were rewarded when they saw Yong Qi. Everyone will have no doubt that they can be granted the title, and naturally no one will want to rebel. So Emperor Gaozu rewarded Yong Qi as Zhang Liang said, and all the ministers were relieved. The establishment of capitals has been a matter of ancient times. Often a big problem for the country. Since the beginning of our country, most of the capitals have been in Hunan. Even though the Yellow Emperor established his capital in the area of Yuzhou and Jizhou, the word was later recorded as Ji in the book Yao, Shun, and Yu established his capital in Jifang, which now belongs to Hebei, but in ancient times it all belonged to Hunan. Jing Qiao's Tongji capital brief said, "In ancient times, the Yellow River flowed from Jieshe to the sea." Jieshe Mountain is located 1 kilometer north of Chengli City, Hebei Province. The land in Beijing and Hebei belongs to Hunan. After King Zhou Ding's 5th year, the river gradually flowed southward due to blockage. In the 3rd year of Yuanguang, Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, the Yellow River burst at Guzi, southwest of Puyang, Hunan today. Swing south again. Since the Zhou Dynasty, the only capitals in Hunan were Chang'an and Luoyang. Since the Han and Jin dynasties, the only capitals in the south of the Yangtze River were Jinling and Hangzhou. However, Wu and Yu. It is also a place that small countries in the southeast often choose as their capitals. Luoyang is located in the center of China. Visitors from all over the world gather here. It was an important place 2,000 years ago. Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty met with all the ministers. Let's discuss the matter of establishing the capital together. Lu Jing believed that Guangzhou should be the capital, and most of the ministers on the left and right were from Shandong. In ancient times, the area east of the Taihang Mountains was called Shandong, not today's Shandong province, and most of them advised the emperor to make Luoyang the capital. The emperor asked Zhang Liang what to do. Zhang Liang believed that Luoyang was surrounded by enemies and was not a place to build a capital. Guangzhou should be the capital. The Western Han Dynasty and the Tang Dynasty were extremely prosperous periods in the history of our country, all of which were based in Chang'an. This is also worth recording in the incident of Zhang Liang assisting the Han Dynasty. Later generations experienced foreign invasions and civil strife. The place was hit by cars and arrows, and the bustling capital turned into a deserted place. Plus a place where civilization gathers. Places with convenient transportation gradually moved closer to the Jianghai area, so no one in the Yellow River Basin established a capital here. Comment. Han Gaozu and King Xiang were both from Chu. Fengfei, Linhuai, Han Gaozu, a native of Paifenjai. It is called the hometown of Emperor Gaozu because of its abundance. Linhuai, Linhuiguan Town, Fengyang County, Anhui Province, is very close. How could Han Emperor Gaozu and Xiang Yu ever forget Shandong? Xiang Yu saw that all the palaces in the Qin dynasty had been burned down. Then I thought about returning to Shandong. If it were restored to its former prosperity, he might not be able to make Guangzhou his capital. In the summer of the 5th year of the Han dynasty, although Liu Bang moved from Luoyang to Guangzhou, the palace in Chang'an was vacant and most of the government affairs were handled in Yeyang. Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty did not spend much time in Guangzhou. In the autumn of the 5th year of the Han dynasty, Liu Bang personally conquered Zhangtu and returned to Luoyang. In December of the 6th year of the Han dynasty, they attacked Han Xian and retreated to Luoyang. In the winter of the 7th year of Han dynasty, in October, he personally conquered Han Xian. Returned to Chang'an from Luoyang. At that time, the palace in Chang'an had been built, so the office was moved from Yeyang to Chang'an, and then it was decided that Gaozu would make Guangzhou his capital. Shao He never tried to persuade Gaozu. Weiyang Palace was only built to be particularly gorgeous and spectacular, and it was used to strengthen Emperor Gaozu's determination to move the capital 4 times. The intention was very profound. After the change of dynasties, everyone thought they had merit. Often the servants who report their meritorious deeds for rewards are tired of running, but the meritorious officials are not yet satisfied. Only after the victory of the American War of Independence, all the generals and heroes from Washington on down were disarmed and returned to their fields. On weekdays, farmers are still farmers, and workers are still workers. After drinking in front of the lamp, they reminisce about the war that year, making fun of it as a joke, without ever wanting to repay the favor. Because they all care about the country's affairs. Treat it as your own family matter. When something unexpected happens in the family, the children in the family give up their careers and rush to the government to deal with the crisis. The country's crisis has been lifted, and they each returned to their posts. What is there to ask for in return? Later, when the family and the country are united, no one will be responsible for domestic affairs. Then someone is talented and can do something, and someone is talented and can do something. These must be elected by the people. Everyone elected him, so he had to abandon his original career and embark on a journey to find a job. This extraordinary civilian political atmosphere is the reason why the United States is prosperous. Since ancient times, our country has regarded being an official as a profession and the most glorious profession. Therefore, no one with meritorious service would not want to seek an official position to satisfy their own wishes. And smart and wise people. They all regard industry as a lowly behavior and disdain to do it. This has been the case since ancient times. How can society improve if it is like a surging water that never returns? Chapter 9: The Miracle of Shi Gong's Biography. The ovary lasts a lifetime. What a wonderful trip for Quan Chi. When Sima Qian wrote articles, he liked to imitate them when he encountered strange people and strange things. Although its inheritance is all true, it also has the flavor of fiction. For example, Huangshi's official affairs are one of them, see Chapter 1. The world has been established, and Zifang is granted the title of Luho. People who take Big Gu medicine and stay indoors for more than a year. However, when he conquered the dynasties, went down to Mai, and established Shao Xianghua, he calmly said that there were many things happening in the world. Tao Hongjing, from the time of Emperor Wu of Liang dynasty, was fond of learning from the gods, and he was able to manage the country with his talent. He was named the Prime Minister of the mountains at that time. Li Mi, during the time of Emperor Dizong of Tang dynasty. The ambition is to live outside the dust. Although he worships the Prime Minister, he still wears commoner clothes. These are all those who admire the style of Zifang and follow his example. There was a strange thing in Zifang's home, which Shi Gong didn't think was possible. And there is nothing more complicated than the matter of setting the crown prince. The emperor has a favorite concubine, Mrs. Qi. It is my wish to give birth to the king of Zhao, and I want to establish him as the crown prince. Several ministers argued over it, but could not decide. Empress Lu was worried about it. Or he said, the Marquis Lu is good at making plans, and the superior will trust him. Empress Lu then sent the Marquis of Jiansheng, Lu Zhejiang, to say, you are always an advisor to the superior. Today, I want to change the crown prince. Can you sleep peacefully? Zifang said, Shi Shang was in trouble, but fortunately he used his minister's advice. Today, the world is stable. What's the use of changing the crown prince with love and flesh and blood? Lu Zhe asked again and again, but Zifang hesitated for a long time, and finally came up with an unexpected plan. There are survivors from the Qin dynasty, including Mr. Yuan Gong, Qili Ji, Xia Huang Gong, and Lu, read like 6, Li. He was old and lived in seclusion in Shangshan. He was called Siheo. Because Gaozu was arrogant and insulted the scholars, he fled and hid in the mountains, showing his righteousness and disobedience to the Han people. However, the emperor admires these 4 people and hates them. The ovary secretly belonged to Empress Lu and offered her a lot of money, so that the debater invited her to be the prince's guest. In the 11th year of the Han dynasty, Tangbu rebelled and became ill, so he wanted the prince to attack him. The 4 of them said to each other, "My subordinates have come to be with the prince. Now the prince will lead the army, and King Zhao always lives in the palace. The prince cannot be established." So he told Empress Lu, who came forward day and night, saying that if the prince could not succeed, the emperor would go to the throne. In the 12th year of the Han dynasty, the emperor returned with a broken tattoo, and the illness was worse. The more he wanted to change the prince, the ovary he didn't listen to the advice. There was a banquet in the palace, and the prince looked back. After meeting the prince, 4 people followed him. They had white eyebrows and very ancient clothes. The stranger asked, "Who are these 4 people?" The 4 people faced each other and said their names. Shangnai was shocked and said, "I asked for you, but you avoided me. How come you are now my son?" The 4 people said, "Your Majesty is good at scolding gentlemen. The righteousness of the ministers will not be insulted," so they died and hid in fear. Now that I have heard that the prince is benevolent and filial, and respects his loved ones, everyone in the world will extend their necks. I am willing to die for the prince, and my old ministers are waiting for me. When the emperor heard this, he called Mrs. Qi to come, pointed at the 4 people and said, "I want to change it, and the 4 of them will help me." The wings are already formed, but it is difficult to move them. The Lu family is really the master. Mrs. Qi burst into tears and wrote a song of Chu to explain it. Emperor Gao died and Emperor Hui ascended the throne. Empress Lu felt sorry for the ovary and forced her to eat, saying, "Life is like a white colt passing by, why should you suffer?" In this way, Zifang recounted his life and said, "My family was born in Han Dynasty, and when Han Dynasty was destroyed, I did not love the wealth of 10,000 yuan. I avenged Han Dynasty, and the world was shaken. Now San Cun Tung is the emperor's teacher, and he is granted the title of 10,000 households. This is the ultimate commoner, and that's enough. I'm willing to abandon human affairs and wander around in red pine trees." Readers of history still have a question. I don't know who the red pine nuts mentioned by Zifang were. According to Lu Xiang's Biographies of Immortals, Chisongzi took in the water and soil from Shennong's time and became a rain master, traveling to and from Kunlun Mountain several times. In the stone chamber of the Queen Mother of Jishi. Up and down with the wind and rain. Now the girl chases him, and they all go away with the immortal. What he said is ridiculous. But the person in Zifang has extraordinary wisdom and skills, and his role in the world is obvious. Don't you know that the gods and immortals that the world is accustomed to are illusory and not real? Why give up on human affairs? Lift him up and follow him. From there, we wander towards the so-called Kunlun stone chamber, which is so deep, and the queen mother and the young girl are adorned with misty clouds. Sima Qian's Lu Hou family records that Zifang died at the time of Empress Lu. His posthumous title is Marquis Wensheng. Zifang first saw the old man, the calligrapher, in Xiapiguan. Later, when he was 13 years old, he passed through Jibei from Gaudi and found the yellow stone at the foot of Guqing Mountain. He took it and put it in the treasure temple. When the ovary died, he was buried in Huangshi. Every time I go up to the tomb, I will pay tribute to Huangshi. Zifang is not as important as a person, but Shi Gong is curious about such things. Sihao is just another name given in historical records. Tao Qian's Kun Fu Lu says that the surname of Yuan Gong was Tang Mingbing, his courtesy name was Xian Ming, and he was from Chenlu Xiangyi. Annotations can be found in Chenliazi. Xia Huanggong's surname was Cui, his given name was Qua, his courtesy name was Xiaotong, and he was from Qi. The genealogy of Cui was found in his own annotation. I also only included the nickname. There used to be the Sihao Temple in Jinji, Shangzhou today. It is believed that Sihao actually existed, but the existence of the ovary is unknown. If there is one, then he will serve the prince. It must be a fake Sihao. Gai Feng used his name to arouse the respect of the emperor and determine the position of the crown prince. Otherwise, it is a matter of official business for the four great scholars to decide whether the prince is right or not. It is just a matter of courtesy, and it would be a fall from his high integrity. An autocratic country treats the world as private property. Therefore, those who are dissident must be driven away. The advisors are like running dogs. If things are urgent, they are afraid that they will not come. If things go wrong, they are afraid that they will not leave. This is why people in the past said, "A cunning rabbit catches, but a good dog cooks it." Han destroyed Chu, killed the king of Huayin and Liang, and killed the king of Zhejiang. Marquis Fo and the emperor were in trouble, but they were inevitably imprisoned. The wisdom of Zifang has been seen for a long time, and it specifically refers to red pine nuts. It is called Bai Gu for illness, internally to understand its indifferent and peaceful wind, so that it does not worry about me, and externally to distance itself from the suspicion of dividing mountains and rivers, and make it not my taboo. This is why it escapes from the tiger's mouth alone. If it advances, it will share the success with others, and if it retreats, it will not share the same suffering with others. Is there such a thing as a god? Throughout his life, Zhang Liang liked to make suggestions and was unfettered. Sima Qian wrote articles. When I encounter strange people and strange things, I like to add some descriptions of my own. Although the biographies he left behind all record actual events, they still have a faint flavor of fiction. For example, the incident of Huang Shigong is one of them. See Chapter 1 for details. The foundation of the Han dynasty was stable, and Zhang Liang was granted the title of Luhou. Zhang Liang practiced Taoism, took fasting medicine, and often stayed in seclusion for more than a year. However, Zhang Liang followed Liu Bang, the founder of the Han dynasty, to attack the state of Dai, and captured Mai with a trick, and persuaded him to make Shao He the prime minister of the state. He and the emperor discussed many world affairs. Tao Hongjing, during the period of Emperor Wu of Liang dynasty, focused on learning the art of immortality, but he was talented enough to govern the country. At that time, he was known as the Prime Minister of the Mountains. Li Mi, from Tang Dizong period. His ambitions and interests lie outside the world of mortals. Although he has been an official to the Prime Minister, he is still a commoner dressed in civilian clothes. They were all people who admired Zhang Liang's style and inherited his legacy. When Zhang Liang was at home, a strange thing happened. Sima Qian didn't think this was strange. And there is nothing more complicated than the matter of establishing a crown prince. The emperor had a favored concubine, Mrs. Qi, who gave birth to King Zhao Rui and wanted to make him the heir apparent. The ministers tried to dissuade him many times, but the emperor refused to listen. Queen Lu was very frightened. Someone gave Empress Lu an idea and said, Zhang Liang, the Marquis of Lu, is good at making plans and the emperor trusts him. So Empress Lu sent her brother Jianzhou Lu Zhe to kidnap Zhang Liang and said, "You often make suggestions for the emperor. He is the emperor's advisor. Now that the emperor is planning to replace him with a prince, how can you sit back and relax?" Zhang Liang said, "The emperor adopted my strategy at the critical moment. Now the world is stable, and the prince is replaced because of his love. What's the use of having 100 people like me to advise on these matters between our closest relatives?" Lu Zhe repeatedly threatened. Zhang Liang hesitated for a long time, and then told Empress Lu an unexpected plan that there are survivors of the Qin dynasty. They are called Mr. Yuan Gong, Qili Ji, Xia Huang Gong and Lu, pronounced like 6, Li respectively. They are all old and live in seclusion in Shangshan. They are called the Forhao of Shangshan. Because Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty was rude to the scholars, they fled and hid in the mountains. He refused to be an official in the Han dynasty. However, the emperor admired these 4 people, but it was a pity that he could not get them. Zhang Liang secretly told Empress Lu to be courteous and send eloquent people with gold, jade, and silk to invite these 4 people as guests of the prince. In the 11th year of the Han dynasty, 196 BC, Yingbu rebelled. The emperor fell ill and wanted the prince to lead his troops to attack the rebels. The 4 men discussed with each other and said, "The reason why we are here is to protect the prince. Now if the prince leads his troops to quell the rebellion and King Zhao Rui often lives in the palace, then the prince's position will be in danger." So he immediately told Empress Lu, who looked for opportunities to cry in front of the emperor day and night. As a result, the prince was exempted from leading troops on the expedition, and the emperor personally led troops to the east to quell the rebellion. In the 12th year of the Han dynasty, 195 BC, the emperor returned after putting down the Yingbu rebellion. His illness worsened and he wanted to replace the prince as soon as possible. Zhang Liang advised him. The emperor didn't listen. Once, a banquet was set up in the palace, with the prince accompanying him. The emperor turned around and saw 4 people following the prince. They had white beards and ancient clothes. The emperor felt strange and asked, "Who are the 4 of them?" 4 people stepped forward to answer, each naming his name. The emperor was very surprised and said, "I visited you, but you all ran away from me. Why do you follow me voluntarily now?" All 4 people said, "Your Majesty is contemptuous of scholars and likes to curse. Our righteousness is not humiliated, so we run away out of fear. Now we have heard privately that the prince is benevolent, filial, and courteous to the scholars. There is no one in the world who does not want to fight to the death for the prince, so we are here." After the emperor heard this, he summoned Mrs. Qi and pointed to the 4 people and said to her, "I want to change the prince, but 4 of their nobles have come to assist the prince. The prince's wings are already full and difficult to shake. Empress Lu is indeed your master." Mrs. Qi burst into tears after hearing this, and the emperor sang a song of shame to her to resolve the issue. After the death of Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty, Emperor Hui of the Han dynasty inherited the throne. Empress Lu was grateful to Lu Ho and tried her best to persuade him to eat. He said, "In life, time flies by like a fleeting horse. Why bother yourself like this?" Lu Ho then talked about his life's past, saying, "My family has been the Prime Minister of Korea for generations. When Korea was destroyed, I spared no expense on my family's wealth to avenge Korea against the powerful Qin. The world was shocked by this. Now, with my 3-inch tongue, I have become the emperor's teacher, granted 10,000 households, and ranked among the nobles. This is the ultimate for a commoner, and I am very satisfied. I would like to abandon the things in this world and travel with Chizongzi." People who are familiar with history books still have a question today, that is, they don't know who the red pine nuts Zhang Liang mentioned are. Nowadays, according to the Biography of Immortals, written by Lu Xiang, it can be seen that Chizongzi is said to be the rain master during the Shennong period. He eats water and soil and often goes to Kunlun Mountain, rest in the stone chamber of the Queen Mother of the West, and go up and down freely with the wind and rain. Soon Emperor Yan's youngest daughter followed him and became an immortal and ascended to heaven. This statement is really nonsense. However, Zhang Liang's intelligence and strategy were second to none, and he had already seen everything in the world at that time. How could he not know that all the immortals in the world were illusions and not reality? How could you give up fame and fortune? And what about traveling around with Chizongzi wholeheartedly? Even if Zhang Liang followed Chizongzi to travel in the clouds, it might not be relevant to what Lu Xiang said about the depth of the stone chamber in Kunlun Mountain and the Queen Mother's maid holding up her jade pendant in the misty clouds, right? The family of Lu Ho, written by Sima Qian, records that Zhang Liang died when Empress Lu was in power, and was given the posthumous title of Marquis Wencheng. When Zhang Liang was young, he met the old man who gave him a book in Shepi Temple. 13 years later, when passing through Jibei with the Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty, he found the yellow stone at the foot of Guqing Mountain, took it back and put it in the ancestral hall to worship solemnly. After Zhang Liang died, he was buried together. His family would worship Huangshi every time they went to the grave to offer sacrifices to Fula. Zhang Liang didn't value this, but Tai Shigong was so curious about it. Siheo, what is recorded in historical records, is just their nickname. It is recorded in Tao Qian's Kun Fu Lu that Yuan Gong's surname was Tang and his given name was Bing. The name Xianming was from Chenlu Xiangyi, see Chenlu Ji for details. Xia Huangong's original surname was Cui, His given name was Qua, and his courtesy name was Xiaotong. He was a native of Qi State. See Chui family genealogy for details. The rest were just nicknames recorded. There is now the Sihao Temple in Jinji in Shangzhou. I personally think that there are indeed these 4 people in the Sihao, but it is really impossible to know whether Zhang Liang asked Empress Lu to find these 4 people at that time. Even if there is, then the person assisting the prince must be the fake Sihao. Zhang Liang probably used Sihao's fame to arouse the respect and attention of Emperor Gaozu of the Han dynasty to them and determine the position of the crown prince. Otherwise, Sihao is a man of high righteousness, and his position as prince is stable. Why would they come to participate in such official affairs? They came to the ceremony so elegantly, which really lowered their noble integrity. The feudal autocratic state regarded the world as individual private property. Therefore, people who are not consistent with their own ideas will definitely be excluded. In the eyes of the emperor, the powerful advisors and generals were like lackeys. When there was an emergency, he was worried that they would not come, and when the matter was settled, he was worried that they would occupy high positions and not leave. This is what people in ancient times said with the emotion of, the rabbit dies and the dog cooks. After the Han dynasty destroyed Chu, it killed the Marquis of Huayin Han Xian, Liang Wang Pengyue, and Zheojiang Wang Yingbu. Xiao He and Han Gaozu were friends in adversity, and they were inevitably imprisoned. With Zhang Liang's wit, he had already expected it, so he made a special excuse to follow Chisongzi to practice Taoism. He claimed to be sick many times to show that he was indifferent to desires, did not pursue fame and wealth, and liked peace and quiet, so that the emperor would not worry about him. He was far away from the suspicion of treason and separatism, so that the emperor would not have any scruples about him. This is how he ultimately survives, but gets the same credit as everyone else when he succeeds.